Good morning, everybody, or afternoon, everybody, as it is now, just. Hope everyone is well on Saturday. We're going to jump back into some Starfield and, see what mischief befalls us today. See how much berating Sarah does to us as our lovely space companion. Has a general penchant for, just in enjoying the general rudeness, for lack of a better word, or any form of description. But yeah, we'll jump into Starfield. Might give outposting a little bit of a look because I had a very very brief look last time I played in the week, and I know there's a fair amount of like resource gathering that I might need to do for it. So I will, have a little look-see, I think, and see, what kind of resources we might need to stock up on. It might be that we make a little kind of mining outpost to start with and go from there. Hey, Timey, how you doing? How's your weekend going so far? Let's jump into the game as well, get that sorted. Lovely stuff. I think I just saw that Haxo's playing some more as well. Would help if I switched over to the right audio. There we go. Lovely. Been going well? Yeah, good. Glad to hear it. Yeah, not too bad. I think today is supposed to be like the last hottest day. Whether or not that is true or not, I don't know. We'll see. But I know Monday and Tuesday here are hopefully going to be a fair bit cooler. So we'll I don't want to be that guy, but at the same time, I'd like it to be cooler now. It's borderline too hot, dare I say it? But yeah, not built for it. If it had been a more gradual heat increase, I'd have been alright. But yeah, all good. We're kind of just I'm just chilling today. Millie's off to work. My mum is due back from she's been away this week further north with a friend and their dogs, so I'm expecting her back at some point later on this afternoon, and might even get a little visit from the Lionhearts at some point as well, which would be cool. And then tomorrow we're going back to our wedding venue. We're taking my mother and then Millie's mum and stepdad to go and see the venue for the first time, which will be cool, and show them around that. And they're going to have some lunch, which will be good as well. You're promising a load of rain Monday and Tuesday with that'll be nice. Yeah, I mean, I'm done with it now. It's just, if the humidity wasn't quite as high as well, it would be nicer. But it's clinging. The heat is clinging. That's what I'm not a fan of. And that's not ideal for me. I prefer the cold. I'm looking forward to wearing jumpers. Is that so wrong? And like long jogging bottoms, just my comfies, right? But hey ho. Fingers crossed we'll get a little bit of reprieve. I don't mind it being sunny still, just a bit cooler. That'd be nice. Right. Let's have a ganders. Timey, how's the stream looking to you? I've tweaked some settings after yesterday's stream, and I'm just hoping that everything's looking crisp and smooth. Yesterday and Thursday were far worse. Yesterday was another hot one. I think Thursday broke the record here in the UK for highest temp as well. That's good to you. Awesome. Thank you very much for checking. Right, what are we doing? I was going to see if there are any missions nearby. I think there was a cave that I wanted to explore. And then, main missions we're okay on. Faction missions, we've got a couple. We've got some missions. So we've been given some really weird and wonderful quests so far. From outing a sitting governor's fling with his mistress, and then paying off pirates to kill her and retrieve his ship, to where is it? We've been given another one. It's the runaway. Here it is. We've been given this one. We're trying to get some money back. We're trying to get some... What was it we were trying to do? I forget. We're trying to help a miner whose father works for the pharmaceutical company that makes the drug that they need to help with their... I think they've got this, like it's like a space chest infection, I think, for lack of a better word, if I'm remembering it correctly. And they don't want to go into the doctors until they've either... I can't remember if I've got to like just pacify the father because this person ran away from their father. There's a whole lot of backstory to it. It's quite in depth and in detail, which is cool. But basically, the runaway told me I could potentially sway or bribe her dad by giving him this Harvest Reserve whiskey. So I then had to go back into the aforementioned governor's office, steal that, and now I've got to go and deliver it to him. And yeah, but that can wait. That can wait. We're fine. So let's finish exploring. So we've just gone into this little cave here, which had some nice minerals. We're on the moon. We're on our moon. I believe that is actually Sol up there. You can't really see it through the lens scope there, but I believe that's actually Sol. We're on the lunar surface, and there is the very arid, dried out planet Earth. So I did have a little look around. I landed over here, which I think I'm trying to work out from the landmass. That must have been, yeah, I was on the northern edge, north kind of east edge of Australia, where I landed, and we can go in. This is quite cool. We can go and visit the London landmark on Earth. Actually, maybe we'll do that before we hop out. But sorry, not Sol. Thank you. Earth. Thank you. Sol. We're in the Sol system, is what I was trying to say. We've been to Earth. We've been to the moon now. Maybe before we head off, though, we'll pop back and visit old London town, see what's left of it. But there's not a great deal of resource here. I was like half tempted. Oh, maybe I'll make a little base on Earth. I think I'll probably come back and make an outpost here to send some water and lead resources, and there's quite a bit of chlorine as well. I wonder if there's a place where all of them intersect. I mean, I think, yeah, down in Australia they've got a good chunk there, but if we're lucky we might find some place which has everything. Although looking at it, I think it might just be a case of going for two. We shall see. It does look worse for wear, doesn't it? It's certainly struggled a tad in the grand scheme of things. I mean, Mars isn't much better. I mean, but then again, nothing in our solar system other than Mars really is. Although Titan, which is where this new homestead is, and we've got a mission there. Maybe we'll pop to Titan and have a little look around Titan as well. But yeah, for the time being, we let's go. I think the other cave is over here. Yeah, so we've got a little bit of a run, as per usual. Oh, somehow pause the game. Let's do that. I don't know if I need to check. I need to check if the pack that I've given to Sarah is a basic jump pack or not. Because I feel, I mean, and this may be the AI movement system. I don't know if they can use jump packs. I feel like they should be able to use jump packs. But yeah, I obviously keep jumping off, bouncing off, and poor old Sarah's just left waiting. Although I've noticed that the game does have this like catch-up system, so I think you just saw it there. The your companion, if they get too far away from you, they kind of just jump back to you, which I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. I feel like eventually they would catch up, or if you go through like some kind of loading screen, that's the point to catch them up. Otherwise, they should just be kind of trailing you. I still feel like as well there should be some sort of companion like comm system. You know, we're all hooked up in our spacesuits. Surely we can communicate with one another. Just again, so that if you've told them to wait somewhere, and then you've tried to sneak in, and it's all gone pear-shaped, then perhaps you could radio them to say, "Hey, come and help me." I don't know. Maybe that's not necessary. Maybe you just have to live with the choices, the ill-gotten choices of your decisions. But yeah, we'll see. I think I'm now encumbered because I'm picking up all this iron. But space loot goblining is the way forward. Don't you know? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It kind of just it just breaks that level of immersion that they've worked so hard to build up all the relevant areas of the game thus far, and then now look, don't start with me, Sarah. We're not even like 11 minutes into this, and you're already berating me for picking up stuff. We're gonna need it. We're gonna need it when we start building outposts. Just stop it. Always so rude. I mean, she's got a point. I am. Yeah, I am encumbered, but it's fine. But yeah, it does break the immersion a little bit, and again, some kind of little radio system, little toggle. I mean, we've got this watch on our wrist that's this little constellation watch on our wrist. We've got all of our heads-up display stats. You know, we've got the quick menu for selecting weapons and favorites. Is that just rubble? I think it is. Yeah. So I don't know. It just feels like they could add in like a little comm system with your current companion. That'd be nice. Because like, wouldn't it'd be quite cool if you could say, go back to the ship, wait for me there, rather than just wait here. Like, you don't want to if you don't want to dismiss the active companion, but you want to make sure that they stay out of the way as such. Then that would be cool. I mean, there's no reason, right, as well, why you couldn't use them as like a little ferrying system. So you could give them a load of items, tell them to go back and deposit items on the ship, and then send them another message saying, now return to me. And again, I appreciate, maybe one consideration is, okay, don't do that because you remove the weight restriction limit that the user has. Well, in that case, just add some travel time. Make it so that they have to go there and back. Maybe it doesn't have to be, 100% accurate to me going from where we are now all the way back to the ship, which is over there, so 1,000 meters away. So maybe it doesn't need to take, the 3 or 4 minutes that it would do, or maybe it does. Maybe that's fine. Maybe 3 minutes is the right amount of time to travel back, and then if you do a return trip, then that will negate you being just able to easily ferry items between the ship without any kind of repercussion, and still ensure that the encumbrance system works. But I don't know. We'll see. To be fair, it feels very much like something that would be a good candidate for modding or introducing in some form of mod system. So maybe we'll get something there. It's dark in here again. Oh my god. I don't know if there would be hostiles. I mean, unless we've gone this long without finding any form of active life of any kind of substance or scale on the moon. But maybe this is, where they've all been hiding in these lunar caves. I think they're just going to be caves where we're going to get some nice new resources, minerals and things, which will be cool. We've got some argon. It's very dark though. I Like, I don't know. Should it be this dark with this spread of light? It feels like maybe the torch would generate more light, and equally maybe there'd be more light shone from the laser beam from the cutter and everything. But we'll see. What else we got in here? I can hear vents, but was that it? It's quite eerie down in these caves. I did find in the last cave we went in, I did find a little container, which suggested somebody else had been there before, but I think we've just done a big old loop-de-loop. Easy to get lost in them there caves. I think that's it. Alright, well, we got a bit of nickel and argon. Delightful. Actually, to be fair, it's quite... And that's the rock pile we discovered, yeah. Quite useful that when the scanner's up, it's actually showing a route out. Otherwise, you could definitely get turned around in here for a long, long time. Oh, and I'm breathing in the CO2. Oh, that's the way to the cave. Is that the way we came in? Yeah, it was. Everything's fine. We're not lost. Nobody panic. Oh, was it? I can't get out. The game's not letting me out. It's fine, we're out now. Okay. So, since last time as well, because there's been a couple more things that we did since the last Starfield stream and little playthrough. I did 1 or 2 extra missions for our miner friend Trevor. He had some equipment that had gone missing and had sent someone out for it before, and that person had never come back. Turns out that person tried to kill us. So yeah, lovely chap then.
Get that to point us to the nearest restaurant.
You're so witty, Sarah. So witty. Let's go over to that structure, and then I think we'll jump back to the ship. Go exploring. I think I need to empty Sarah's inventory out next time too, because she's... In fact, maybe we'll have to come back for that, because I feel like... What's that? That's helium. Ooh. Maybe a little outpost on the moon would be good at some point. Out of interest. Doesn't look like I can go into outpost mode, I'm guessing because I'm probably encumbered, but yeah, my slight issue is that I'm kind of running out of cargo space on my ship for all these resources that I'm collecting, so I probably do need to either expand the cargo capacity of the Frontier as it stands at the moment, or I need to sell some stuff. Okay, well let's not carry on running towards somewhere that's going to have more loot for me to get even more encumbered. Let's see. Has Sarah got?
Want to see what I'm carrying?
Yeah, yes. Oh, she's got nothing on her. Oh, fine. No, it's fine. Okay, everything's fine. I can just send everything to Sarah. It's fine. Can I send all resources to her? Ah, I can. Look at that. How much space has she got now?
I'll only carry the goods.
You'll carry what I give you, madam. There we go.
Until later.
Okay, we're fine then. Ignore everything I just said. We're off to the unknown structure. Space. It is a funny place. Why is he looking over there? Come on, jump, man. Use them space boots. Come on, Sarah, keep running. If it makes you feel any better, we won't pick up any more random space rock for now. So that looks like a solar. Something unknown over there as well. Another natural spot. I guess we should see if the Apollo landing site is here in the game. I don't know quite what because it's kind of a bit hit and miss for where you land as such. Oh, here we go. We can go into outpost mode now. So at the moment, it's just iron all around here. Yeah, we want to try and get a couple together. Oh, that's cool. You can just rotate left and right like that. That's right. Let's see. Anything or anyone about so far? No. What have we got over here? A box with loot. But of course. Oh, we made some alien liquor earlier. Oh, that will be useful later, actually, the alien liquor. We've got the plus 10 carry capacity for 5 minutes and minus 25% O2 recovery. Oh, okay. Less great. That's fine. Oh, that's a look, that. A blue Neo City poncho. I'm not sure if I'm a poncho person. Like a rain poncho, I can see the versatility in it, or the function and over form, but I mean, I guess it's like a modern day cape, right? It's like you get a back and front cape, really. Yeah. Ah, so lunar survey. So, because I was trying to work out what this all meant earlier. Because you click on it and it doesn't have anything in it, but it's worth money. And so I guess this is a bit like in Elite Dangerous, where you've got you can earn credits from surveying planets and then selling the data. That's what this is. Because I've got one for Demos, I think, as well. And I was umming and ahhing about, oh, should I sell it? But maybe it's supposed to be like a quest item piece or something like that. But I don't think it is. I think this has only just appeared because I've surveyed areas of the planet, which is absolutely fine. Right. Let's grab this. So in actual fact, this weapon I then got from where I landed when we go back towards the ship in a bit. There's quite a large rocky outcrop, and the other side of it was an abandoned UC. I think it was a UC Vanguard listening post, and yeah, they'd been taken over by pirates. So I went down and had words. Some words might have been backed up with a weapon, and they had some really tasty loot down there, including this weapon, which is quite nice. It's got a nice scope on it. It's an energy weapon, but yeah, something a bit more long range or medium range, which is good. I guess that's some kind of refiner or extractor, maybe. I guess these are the types of things that we might be able to build soon. Looks like it's set up out of the earth. What we got up here? Hello? Oh, it's a military encampment. Okay. Oh. Survivalist and a UC Marine. A dead Marine. You there? Hello.
Whoa, stop right there, friend. This is mine.
Okay.
Good. Because I've got enough trouble as is. Before you ask, no. I don't know why they're all dead. I don't know who did it. I don't know nothing. Safer that way.
Sounds suspicious.
Some kind of investigator? A detective? Okay.
Yeah, why not?
Go on then.
Space detective.
Investigate, I guess.
Will they get antsy if I start taking stuff off this body? I mean, he's walking away from it.
Don't leave any of that behind.
That's mine. I mean, there's a spacesuit there. So this is where I feel if you take the spacesuit off, that, like, it should be represented on the body, but I don't know. What have we got around here then? Well, he seemed like a friendly enough chap, I guess, for a survivalist wandering about. I don't know where he's gone. Keep an eye out for him. Hopefully there's some more good looty items here. Oh, there he is. Hi, friend.
Shoot. Go away.
All right. Actually, maybe my shotguns are better. I'm loving this shotgun. So since I got this, I found this with a suppressor attachment. It was really, really useful actually going in and around the pirate base when I raided that the other day. Because I could practice my stealth kills. Which was good. Slowly getting there. It's a pretty decent. In some cases, depending on the level of the enemy, they're either like a one hit, or they're or for most enemies it's like two shots. So the 2 rounds from the gun, and they go down, which is good. So this system I really like, the whole airlock side of things, not just like loading through. But again, this is where I feel like if you're going into something that's like a new area that has some form of... Hello, are you coming out? I'll go in then. If you're going in and it's got to go through that cycling process, go in, open one door, go in, go, and then wait, cycle. That's the perfect time where the game could be loading the next area. Just to hide some of the loading screens. I mean, none of the loading screens are taking particularly long, and I know the general recommendation is to have it on an SSD or M.2 drive, which I do. And again, I don't think I remember waiting more than like 5 to 10 seconds at most for things to load, which is absolutely fine considering a game of this scale. But I don't know, I just feel like they could have like tucked it away a little bit, tucked the loading screens away a bit. I mean, I think I did see a mod or some discussion on Reddit about a mod potentially coming along to help with that. I think something similar was done with Skyrim. Again, it's just about like holding immersion levels, and just not doing anything that doesn't need to be done, really. There's loads of stuff in here. Oh, this poor guy died while having a shower. Sorry, buddy. How do I get to you? Okay, apparently space age weaponry can't shoot through shower glass. So there you are. Confirmed, toughest substance in the known universe. This shower glass door right here. Peek through a crack. No. Forever stuck, forever alone, my friend. I'm sorry. Alright, mate. Well, we're down here just looting all the stuff that you said don't loot, but it's fine. Bye, Sarah. Okay, well, everybody was dead and we've looted it all, so... Yeah? Off we go then. Anything down in any of these? It's all very highly concentrated iron. Ah. Sorry, toxic gas. There's something I can get. No. I don't think it even is if I go over the top of it, right? I can, yeah. Well, just have to suffer a bit for it, but good minerals require sacrifice. That's what we're going for. Let's have a look. What have we got? So other than that natural resource over there, I don't think there's any new areas popping up yet. Okay, we'll just have a little wander around these bits over here. Go from there. There's some kind of energy storage device, I think, maybe? I'm sure I'll start recognizing a lot of what this is once I start building outpost bits and going, oh yeah, it's one of these. And irks me a little bit that I can't crouch under here though. There's definitely space. I'm not that tall. Actually, maybe there's not. Maybe my helmet's clipping onto it. I take it back. Maybe the game's doing the right thing. Ooh. Who's been leaving all their space snacks around here? And Synthaham. I mean, I'm not complaining, but this is what we're having to deal with now, space littering. I mean, at least it's all packaged up, vacuum sealed, and probably still fresh. Argon. Okay. Well, at least we're getting some resources from all of this. And the music's nice. You know, it's nice and atmospheric. I'm not sure a sleeping bag out here is advisable though. You can actually sleep. Okay, of course you can. Yeah, I'm not sure that's the most sensible option. But, you know, each to their own. Oh, here we go. It's that crater here. And then we've got those shipping containers, and then we can go back to the ship, I think. How much? Okay, we're pretty much there on capacity as well, so we won't start looting all the irons about as well. Will be good. Ooh, I see crystals. A creature pile. Oh god. Okay. Weapons out. You ready, Sarah? Okay. There are no creatures in this pile. Maybe it was creature excrement pile, perhaps. So what kind of crystals are these though? And why can I not take them? I mean, I guess it's a landmark, so you shouldn't be able to cut these crystals, but it won't stop me from giving it a go with my cutter just to be safe. Say that I did try. Nah, they're stuck in there real good. Okay, I think that's it then. There's nothing else popping up on my scanner, at least right here. So let's... There were some crates over this way that I don't think we looked at. Oh, they're right there. And then we can hop on back to the ship. And then perhaps, yeah, perhaps we'll head to Titan then. Do the mission that's there. And then on the way back we'll stop back on Earth and have a look at the London sightseeing. How far out from the ship are we? We're quite a ways. Alright, let's... Oh, now I'm encumbered. Of course I am. Ah, but we can get around that. Where's the... It's probably gone into my aid now. Where's my alien... Look at... Okay. Now we're fine. We're a little bit drunk, but it's fine. It's fine. Let's fast travel over there. Oh, Sarah's having a funny five. Let's just get up. Excuse me, don't mind me. Just coming through. Personal space. Thanks. Right, the ship is pretty much at capacity, so we do we picked up these actually. These are quite cool looking weapons. So I'm quite keen to see what kind of customization we can do with them. And we've got a couple other weapons on here that we want to ideally sell as well. Let's see, what can I... Oh no, I pressed the wrong button. I need to... Let's go into it. Let's drop these all off. That's fine. I picked up everything, which I did not mean to do. Right, so the ship is saying that it's at full capacity, which it is. Sarah, how about
Only
you?
one point of Moera's... I'd be happy to carry a few things for you.
Thank you. Can you take a few more resources? Looks like you can. Let's try and give you... Okay, she can take some. She can't take everything. Is she at full?
If you have any gear... Bye.
I could give some to our adoring fan, actually, as well. He's... Where's he gone? He's literally always hanging around. Where? This is the first time I've lost him. Where is he? He's in the... Oh, no, he's here.
As glorious as ever, Captain.
He was in the toilet.
How can I help you? I hope you don't mind.
I just want to give you stuff to carry, bud. Let me give you those, and then spacesuits. You could have a ground control spacesuit, because I'm going to keep this because it's got some nice weaponry on it. I do have my beer back timer, yes. So figured out it wasn't a glitch with the suit or the helmet. It was the undersuit as such. The hazmat suit that I'd equipped, for whatever reason, despite again with my actual space helmet going on and off and that being all fine, when I had the hazmat suit equipped underneath, it was just removing any facial hair. And so, yeah, it stripped me of my beard. As soon as I switched away from that, it was fine. But I did also go to an enhance clinic and check there, and yeah, the beard was fine once I sorted that out. But yeah, real oddity. Let's hop out, because yeah, if I go in here now, yeah, if we... You can actually see it, and it does, in this one, it does seem to actually react differently, shape-wise, to the helmet that I have on. So if I go into... Yeah, here you go. So you can see now, in my skivvies as such, the beard's there. It's all fine. I just don't know why the hazmat suit removed it. It was super weird. And of course, I couldn't tell because the hazmat suit had that dark, complete blacked out face mask on. So yeah, it was just impossible to kind of really tell, annoyingly. But hey ho. It's a funky hat. I think we're going to keep with what we've got for now because we get 5+ carry capacity with it.
Crew is just the
I did see a
best.
mod the other day that seems to have come out that's changing some of the clothing items. So I'm hoping that, again, if they follow across that kind of progression, we'll see some changes in the facial hair options as well. Need some glorious beards. Right, what can we make? We can make an alien sandwich because we've got some bread now. And we can make some alien tea. Oh, that's quite good. +2% XP gain for 15 minutes. We'll make that. I like it.
Ever told you, you're the greatest explorer in the several systems.
And there's ye old creepy talking in the background about us again. 75 energy resistance for 5. That's quite good. Let's do that as well.
Looks like you missed your calling.
Another couple teas. Even Sarah's impressed with our tea making skills. Anything more we can research? Oh yeah, we've got some argon now, so we can make this overflow. Oh, we did get some tetrafluorides. Nice, which means we can complete that, which is great. And then what else? That's blocked, obviously, because we need to do another. We need to do a chemistry rank 1. That's fine. We need amino acids for the heal paste. Beverage development. We've got some fiber, so we can pop a fiber in. In fact, we did have enough for... Sorry, we had one in. We needed to pop more in to complete it. There we are. Okay, so that's that. Food and drink. Old Earth cuisine. We still need... Oh, no! We should have kept the bread. Then I could have done it. Dang it. Okay, never mind. Okay, no more bread juice. We need to save it so we can make Old Earth cuisine. What even is that? Is that like a... Oh, it's a Reuben and a meatloaf. Okay, that's cool. Let's okay, what we got? Oh, we can do decoration now. Well, parts of it anyway. And we've got some fiber overflow, so we can finish this off. Oh no, sorry, adds 1. That's fine. Helmet mods, we still need some polymers for. We're blocked on these until we do spacesuit design skills. That's fine. We've already upped all of our weapon mods until we do some weapon engineering. God, there's going to be so much that we're going to need to build into, isn't there? And this is without even touching like the outpost stuff. But I like it because it means that again, there's gonna it's time required and invested is rewarded, as opposed to anything else, which is nice. So we're almost to level 10. Okay, I think that's everything then. Let's blast off. We'll do Titan, do the mission there, and then on the way back we'll stop on Earth and have a look at the London landmark. Or maybe if they've got shipyard services at Titan, we'll see if we can add some cargo space.
You would think there would be trumpets wherever you go.
Trumpets. Oh, bless him. That's that mission. We don't want to do that one just yet. This one here is... Oh, that was the Novo Galactic Star Yard, which was quite cool. That's the moon. So if we turn around, Earth's over there. Where's Saturn? Jump over to Saturn and then we'll go to Titan from That's a pretty picture. That's very cool. Let's get ourselves a nice little picture of Saturn as we're going along. Okay. So that's still that mission. Let's well, first of all we should scan open the planet map, scan it. It's a gas giant, so there's not going to be anything there that we can go down to. I wonder what would happen though if you, I guess nothing in this, if you flew into it. Right, anyway, we're going to go to Titan. Meow.
This is United Colony Space. Maintain current course while we scan for contraband.
Okay. Shouldn't be any contraband on this ship
We're
set.
done. Enjoy New Homestead.
Cool. Thank you kindly. Will do. Will do. Oh. It's a longsword. What else we got travelling with us? Let's throttle down. There's New Homestead. Open the planet map, have a look. So what we've got? Oh, there's quite a few resources here. We've got, yeah, water, lead, tungsten, and titanium. That could be quite useful. Let's have a look then. Where's our... it's an extreme environment. So I do know from a couple other streams and videos that I've watched that for outposts in extreme environments, you do need, I believe, some additional equipment or skills unlocked. But okay, so no kind of pockets of tungsten or titanium. I guess they're going to be probably those rocky outcrops and things that we'll get to. So let's go to New Homestead then. Have a little look-see. But let's yeah, before we go exploring, we'll just have a quick look in ship services, see if there's
New Homestead, eh?
a way
This
to...
place hasn't changed much since the 2100s.
Oh, really? See if we can upgrade cargo.
Welcome to New Homestead.
Oh.
Please make your way to the building at the end of the path and down into the colony below.
Yes, sir.
Stay safe and enjoy your visit.
Okie dokie. It's just a general activity, I think, wasn't it? Yeah. But first,
You shouldn't. Anything I can help you with?
does it need any
Okay,
repairs?
sure. We'll take care of any holes, broken seals, that kind of thing.
Okay, well, it looks like it needed it. I'm not actually sure where I need to look for ship damage. I guess it would just be in the status screen. I'd like to modify my ship.
Problem.
Let me see. Right, yeah. This ship. Let me just see if I can upgrade cargo. Grav drives. Doesn't look like I can. Okay, so in that case, then let's go into the ship builder. We need to find the... I don't know if we do have specific cargo slots or if it's just... That's the landing bay. It might just be these slots, to be fair. We've got a docker on the top, and we've got some cowling. So I think then, because that's the grav drive, that's the reactor. Oh, here we are. Ballast cargo hold. So that's what gives us some, and I guess we get some cargo capacity from the rest of it. Cargo's 450 currently. Oh, here we go. So the cockpit allows for 250. Sorry, 240. And then the underside allows for 240. So can we... What options have we got? Because it's actually acting as ballast as well, which is quite cool. The overall maneuverability of it. Okay, so we can change the colour of it currently. That's quite cool. Right. Let's check then. So if I select that, what can I do? I can edit it. Oh, okay, let's not. Okay, let's add then. And then have we got anything? Where will it appear? Will it be in cargo? Here we go. So what have we got at the moment? We must have a... So we've got a 100 cm ballast cargo hold. So it adds 5 hull. And... Okay, so... I kind of want to increase it. Maybe get at least another 50. But we need to be careful about the shape of it, I think, and the weight. What's it? So the current mass is 44. So I don't know quite how close to the limit we're going to be on our overall mass and mobility. So if we grab this, for example, nope, I've lost it. So it's that one. Flip. Looks like it can only sit on a. It's okay. So this can only sit on the side of a main component. Whereas this one sits. We might not be able... I didn't mean to buy it. Or pop it in. Right. Oh, okay, and then you can say attach things to it. Smart. I've really not had much of a play with this system yet, but this is cool. So I wonder, what if we take the current one off? Because this is a landing bay, and what if we add something structural to bring something out a bit, and then add it onto the back, and then, just have it underneath, maybe? I don't know what happens to the existing cargo in it. I'm assuming it doesn't disappear. Let's delete that. Let's wait. Come here. No, I don't want to attach to it. I just want to. So that has those points underneath that it can go onto. But this one doesn't because it only side mounts. Okay, so in that case, right. Let's hope not, indeed. Yeah, let's. The problem is that's the same size. I mean, if we take something like this, right, there's no way that's gonna... It looks like that's designed to sit at the side rather than anything else. Okay, fine. So, in that case then, can I add anything? It's probably no right now. Let me see. Can I add anything structural? Oh, wing. Don't think I can. At least not here. That's quite a cool bit of cowling, though. I wonder if we pop that in instead of... Could we pop... Wait. How can I... Oh. Why will that not attack? I guess it's because it clips into the next one, right? Ooh, okay. So you've got different variant sizes there that could go in. Ah, okay. Hang on then. Hang on then. Hang on. Hang on a minute. Hang on. I've got an idea. It might be a bad idea. What if I add that on to extend the derriere of my ship out? And then can I add... I can add that there, which doesn't help me anymore, but I can add things underneath it. Can I then just add 2 more of these? This is gonna... It doesn't look like it's got mounting ports on it now. God dang it. I reckon those are slots for like weapon mounting, maybe. Yeah. Okay, well. And so for the cowling, it needs to be something shorter then, I guess. Oh. So it can extend it out. Okay, so that's quite cool. So that's the cowling we currently have, I think. But you can add like additional cowling to the sides. But we've obviously got weapons mounted on it. I'm assuming if you take those weapons off that, you can't then mount that to it. No, that's fine. Okay, well, we'll stick those weapons back on. We can't put anything further on here at the moment because we've got the front of our cockpit, which would need to be extended out. Now, I guess we could extend this. And what is this? This is... It's just a habitation module. Okay. Let's get rid of that one because we don't need that. Habs. What else have we got? So we could maybe add another Habs. We've got a storeroom here, which could be quite useful. All in one berth, which I think is... What have we got at the moment? We've got... It's a 2x1. Okay. Oh, I could make a real long boy. What if we just added a storeroom then? What if we added that to the front, chuck that on there, and then we could take our cowling. Put that on, which just looks cool. And then grab these. Ah. Okay, I found the problem. We can only put one weapon on. What about missiles? Oh, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Missiles can go... Oh. No, I don't want to undo. Stop undoing. I'm pressing the wrong buttons. This could snap to the front, which would be pretty cool. Although maybe we want to swap that around. Maybe we want to grab that. God, where's it swinging off to? Right, that one. God, where's my gun gone now? Okay, this one needs to do. I'm trying to work out what this height system is. Let's cancel that bit. Right, sorry, there it is. It's quite finicky. There we go. Right, let's put that underneath there, and then let's chuck the missiles on top. That feels like a better fit. I'm guessing the mass is gonna struggle with this, and the mobility is obviously gonna struggle. What overall cargo does that give us at the moment? If I take that off, delete one of those, we're at the same cargo space. Oh no, we've got more. We've gained cargo space because we've put on a storeroom, right? So is that giving us cargo space? No, 450s is what we had before. You sausage. Right, let me. Let's plonk that back on there. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that cowling. So we've got one warning at the moment, which is we need to reduce mass or add engine to improve maneuverability. Okay. Let's come up so we can turn the ship around again. So could we then... It's actually not a problem per se. It's going to be low maneuverability. So we could do with improving that. We've obviously got these portions here. So I wonder if these engines, if we can upgrade these or add something a bit bigger. Maybe. Engines, here we go. So what we've got at the moment, we've got White Dwarf 1000 engines, I believe. Maneuvering thrust is that much. Okay. So that would take 2 light years off of our jump range. Would give us improved maneuverability. Actually, just to check the other sections. That's fine. That's quite a chunky boy. And they're designed to go left and right as well of it rather than on the side. Okay. So what if we took one of these engines? Oh, they're White Dwarf 2000 engines. And what if we... flip. What if we did that? And then just deleted that. With that. Right, so that says all systems nominal. Okay, cool. So for the low cost of 12 grand, if we upgrade, so with these upgraded engines, because we've gone from these to these, so it's actually a reduction in mass, slightly. Maneuvering thrust is, 300 odd increase, thereabouts. Engine health is reduced, but that is looking alright. We get a nice little boost on our equip power. So apparently that's going to be fine. It looks like it might be I wonder if we should move... should we move some of these up a little bit? Because it feels like it's going to struggle. That looks a bit better to me. And we could always put some extra landing gear on, I guess, at some point, but maybe we'll wait for that. So what it does mean, though, I know the mass is high, but higher. I wonder if we could we could probably put some more weapons on because we've got more weapon mounting points, but I'm wondering if we could put some more cargo on now that would fit on the side. So some of these, for example. Flip. Right, one warning. Right, reduce mass or add engines. Right, okay, so we couldn't put both on because they're going to... Well, we could, but it's going to result in low mobility again. So, and it says, yeah, add engines or reduce mass. And certainly with this shape at the moment, we can't really do that without, like, expanding the size of it. There. So, okay, well, that's fine. Oh, no, let's not confirm that. Let's... I wonder if we could add these to the side instead. Delete that. I don't think we can because they're designed to go on those bits. We could put one on, and that would be fine. It just looks a bit lopsided then. We're reducing our jump range a bit, so we'd have to up our grav drive, I think, to counteract that. We could always put something different on the side. What can we do? What about a laser? Stop looking at shiny weapons. Maybe there's something we could put on the side. What's this? Maybe we can just make it look nicer. The big ass radiator on the side. Not overly keen. What else? Oh, here we are. What about? Ah, there we go. Look, that would at least make it look the part. A Nova thruster away. Away? Array. Jesus. What's this? Ooh. Flip that round. Put a wing on either side. That'd be cool. Plenty of mounting points for all sorts of funky weaponry. We could put a weapon mount. I don't think it would fit quite there. But let's just put our radiator. No, that's not the right one. Where is that? This one here. Here. There we go. So then we get plenty of cargo. That's all I'm thinking about for now. So mobility's fine. Mass has increased, but we've upped the engines for that to be able to cope with it. Let's yeah. So flight check's good. Weapons are good. Oh, hang on. Yeah, Dragon Pulse Laser, then we've got a cannon, a missile launcher. Yeah, bro. And we've got one unassigned. Oh no, we can unassign it, is what it's saying. There we go. Okay, well that looks that's good. We can rename the ship, but I think we'll wait until we can build a ship of our own or start proper from base. Oh, hang on. What have I done? Oh, I've clicked the wrong thing. I have. There we go. Beautiful. Right, let's close that, and then let's hit exit. All items will be moved to the cargo hold. Yep. Woohoo! Actually, we should have a look at ships for sale, but look, this is it. That's awesome that we've just made those changes and then here it is all rendered out for us straight away. That's awesome. And I prefer the spacing of the I prefer the spacing now on the landing gear and thrusters. That looks better. And these engines look cool. We can see from up here. Very, very nice. And then on this side, let's have a look at our fancy array on the side here. Nice. Got our new cowling on the front here, which is cool, which I think gives it a bit of a sleeker look. Going down into the cockpit function as well, which is cool. And yeah, we've got our weapons on the side, the cannons, and our ballistic weapon underneath. Lovely. Let's have a quick look at the ships, and then in actual fact we'll wait. We'll wait until we've done the quest here first to have a look at the inside. So, ships that they've got here. Yeah, so they've got these round, I guess, are these cargo pods on the side? Maybe. Some kind of fuel. That's quite... okay, didn't realize you could do that. So these are some thrusters on the side of the reactor, by the looks of things. So there's actually mounting points you can put there rather than going up and over the top, which is quite cool. Okay, what else have they got in stock? A responder. So this is kind of like I always call it the medical ship, just because I don't know. I think because of the colours. It's an interesting profile choice. Some big boy engines on the back of that though. Like that. Spaceballs underneath, of course. The Rambler. Yeah, this is quite a common one that I've seen around a bit. I'm not a fan of that rounded front on it. The Eco No Hall. Interesting. I'm not. Is that some kind? Oh no, these are. That's landing gear thruster support, isn't it? And then you've got the funky landing gear underneath, and then you've got 3 engines on the back of that, which is cool. I mean, I guess that's one thing we could do is we could put a horizontal engine on top of our grav drive, and then build up an additional layer from there, similar to what's been done here, I guess, on the frontier as it is currently. But I think it might be nice. Might be nice to just now that I've got a bit more cargo space. Hopefully that'll be enough to perhaps start doing to fill up my resources a bit more for some outposting, perhaps, and then we can maybe make some money that way, and then look at a ship of our own, of our own design, should I say, complete own design, which is cool. So that's the reactor on top. That's interesting. Got the Gladius. The Vagabond. Maybe that's what we need to try and do as well, actually, is maybe decide on a paint scheme for it. Looks quite Diddy now, looking at that kind of design compared to what we've now got. This one's now starting to look a little bit more aggressive in its look. I think we need to put some bits on the side, maybe some extra wings or cowling on the front for the cockpit. It looks it's almost like a turtle, like reaching forward with a long neck. But that looks cool. I like that. I like how that's functioning. So something is interesting I've just noticed on the outside. I wonder if it's just to dictate side, but there's a red light this side and there's a green light the other side. I wonder if it's to dictate sizing or. Anyway, let's do what we came here to do, which I believe is. I think this is the mission for the comic book guy. There's a rare comic we need to.
Interesting.
Yeah.
The last thing I expected to stumble across at this type of settlement is a museum. Might be worth a look around.
Oh, definitely. Love a museum. Okay. Everybody in. Come on, Sarah, just walk in. Fine, I'm going to leave you outside. I don't know why that bugs me so much, but...
Don't
Hello
stay
there.
outside for too long here on Titan. We'll freeze solid without the proper protection. Careful.
What's that?
There are some dangerous areas around here that are not part of any tours.
I still can't. Did you know the museum here is full of old Earth artifacts? Cool, huh?
That's pretty cool.
We take vandalism seriously here. You do not mess with history.
Okay. I wasn't planning on it, sir, but carry on.
Sure would be. That tour guide showed one of the kids a picture of some silly drawing he saw in Sidonia. Now I feel like it's popping up everywhere.
New homestead. Here we go. What are we doing? Mission log. Oh, that's where we would have seen the hull damage. Doi. Let's go to our mission board. Speak with Joyce. Let's Here we go. Mitch Benjamin has asked us to go find a first edition copy of a book in the Dragon Star 4 series from an off-world vendor. Let's do that.
I'm learning so much here. Everyone should visit at least once in their life.
Thank you, Joy.
This colony's a lot smaller than I thought it would be.
We're out of Chunk special sauce again. But trust me, the food's still great without it.
Chunk special
Welcome to
sauce.
Chunks. Please choose your chunks.
Amazing. So what have they got? Cheesesteak, grilled chicken, chocolate, poached egg, pumpkin pie, red cheesecake,
Don't get me wrong, her
Mongolian
cooking's great.
beef, baked potato.
Ooh, I can't wait until it's time to eat. I'm gonna use our discount to get a bunch of different chunks and mix them all up. Try some new flavor profiles, as they say. in business.
This guy's great.
What are you talking about?
You know, the foodie biz.
The
Chefs
foodie
and all that.
biz.
It's a thing we do.
We get cases of refrigerated chunks and we just heat them up. We don't, like, make anything.
Cosmic Red Apple.
You are really into chunks, huh?
Yeah, it's the greatest. Can't believe you're so down on it. We have the best job on Titan.
I'm just doing this job to help my family pay the bills and save up so I can pay for my education.
And I am out of here.
Yeah, see, she's got the right idea.
Thanks
See you,
for
Letha.
choosing chunks. Which chunks would you like today?
No chunks just yet, thanks.
Very informative. I didn't know about the methane harvesters before coming here.
The Brown Horse Tavern, was it, huh? The food was better than I expected from a backwoods planet like this.
It has a quaint charm, doesn't it?
Just like the rest of New Homestead.
Well, I hope you'll come back
Rude.
and see us again sometime. And I hope you'll consider another Starsap tour. Tell your friends.
I will. Thanks again.
Excuse me, Bill. You've got to do a better job of keeping your tour groups out of trouble.
What do you mean?
That little boy almost wound up on my operating table. Claudio said he was playing with some of the machinery down by the mines and nearly got his arm stuck inside. It could have been ripped off.
Amazing.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know, kids, little troublemakers. I'll tell the guests to be more careful.
Damn right. You've got to do something, or else next time it happens, I'm billing you personally.
Yeesh.
A ray of sunshine.
Off-worlders always ask how I can live here. I wonder how they can live anywhere else.
Fair enough. Right, we'll go and do a tournament. Let's get
Imagine living here. These people sure are hardy.
Let's go and do this.
Well, hello there, and welcome to my little shop. Are you visiting New Homestead for the first time?
It is. Maybe sometimes I party a little too hard and wind up in strange places. Amazing.
Oh, nice. You know, it's always such a pleasure to meet people from other worlds. Or just space. I don't judge. I'm Jay. I'm happy to help you find what you're looking to buy or take a look at whatever you want to sell. Trades of all kinds are welcome here.
Lovely
Or if
stuff.
you have any questions for me about the shop, the merchandise, or even just New Homestead in general, I'm happy to help you. Sure thing. I'm also interested in buying if you have anything for sale.
Sure thing. Right, let's have a look. It will be in. Will it be in notes? Dragon. Here we are. Dragon Star Force Volume 1. It's only 95 credits. There we go. What's he got then? Got plenty of resources. I guess once I know what I'm gonna need for once I know what I'm gonna need for my for base building stuff, I'll come and stock up. Although there might be a few things in here I could just get that I need for the research table. If I can remember them correctly, let's have a little look. We needed some polymer. Doesn't look like they've got any. Spice, I was using that in something else. I think I've got enough of that for now. Okay, that's fine. What have they got clothing-wise? What's the latest fashion on New Homestead? Interesting looks, to be sure. Not quite my cup of tea, but that's fine. Helmets, anything funky here? No. Spacesuit, deep recon spacesuit. No weapons. That's fine. Okay, let's see what we can sell. So, weapon-wise, what don't we need? I've got loads of weapons here that I'm probably never going to use, but I should try some of them out. Be different. I don't need this one though. It's just a standard one because I've got the special one down here, so I'll get rid of that. Extended mag iron we want to keep because that's quite a nice range weapon. Laser rifle. What else have we got? Oh, here we don't need a side star. I wanted to keep the suppressed maelstrom because it's another suppressed weapon that could be useful for stealth attacks. A bit more range, so that's fine there. Space suits, we've got the one there. We can get rid of the marine pack, can't we? Helmets wise, we can get rid of those two. Clothing, we can get rid of these. And the poncho. Just not my cup of tea. Get rid of that one and that one, there we go. And then we can probably look at selling. I've got our mist, empty bottle beer, chunks packaging, coffee bag. Toilet paper tube. Don't know why we've got that, but yep. Let's sell from ship inventory then. What weapons have we got in here that we probably don't need? Oh, so this was the extra one. So we could sell this because we don't need 2 of the same. I'll get less than the item's worth at this point in time. Oh, I wouldn't because he's not got enough credits anyway. So let's tab back out of that. Let's not do that. In that case, then let's just clear him out of his other bits. So we don't need that. The Bashing Maelstrom. The Kraken I'm not fussed about. We could sell a combat knife, couldn't we? There we go. Okay, well we've taken all of that stuff out.
Glad you asked. I'm looking for all sorts of things. Anything, really. Clothing, weapons, jewelry.
So he's looking for all the
even
mist stuff,
they
I guess, to
junk.
put in the museum,
You
maybe?
name it. We don't get a lot of off-world stock, so I offer to buy things from travelers. Anything they're willing to part with. Between you and me, people around here talk a lot about tradition and whatnot, but even they get curious about what other worlds have to offer. I love them. Most of us in New Homestead appreciate what tourism does for our economic livelihood, so we go out of our way to make guests feel welcome. Some are indifferent about it, while a few others, I won't name names, are downright resentful of all the tourists and would prefer to be left alone. But that being said, I believe our generally friendly demeanor is a large part of what drives people to keep coming back. We used to, but not anymore. Believe it or not, the new Homestead Tourism Board decided a while back to do away with souvenirs. We don't really have the resources or facilities to make them here ourselves, and it was decided that anything less than that would seem exploitive of our people and inauthentic. Only thing we have are these souvenir slates about the history of New Homestead. Tell you what, I've got an extra one here that another guest left behind a while back. You can have it.
Oh, cool. Well, thank you kindly, sir.
Take care.
Bye-bye. Right, well, that's that. We need to return the book to Mitch, so we can do that on our way out of the system. I think that was everything here, but we can go around the museum.
Chunks here.
Did you see those wind turbines out there? Wow.
Feel free to look around, but don't touch.
An ice hockey stick used on Earth in the game of Canada during a 1988 championship game. Ice hockey is a contact sport played on an ice rink where 2 teams of 5 players and 2 goaltenders called goalies compete to deposit a rubberized puck in the other team's goal. So it makes you wonder, I guess, like in space, do they, on other planets, do you still have all the Earth-based sports and sports teams that you would have done? Or does it... Excuse me. Does it change to something else? Do you get, like, I don't know, Spaceball or something on those lines? Who knows? It's okay, so we've got ice hockey.
Steer clear of the doctor here. She really seems to have a problem with tourists for some reason.
Okay. Let's have a chat with her. I do like how the NPCs kind of just give you little piecemeal bits of advice or like information to formulate quests and things. That's cool. From left to right, okay. We've got decorative liquor bottle, okay. Ooh, excuse me. Electronic pipes used to inhale various legal substances during early New Homestead colonial times. An equine noctile dial brought to New Homestead by one of the original settlers as a family heirloom. Original construction 1800. Scroll case of unknown date and origin, believed to have once been a sacred relic. This old scroll case likely predates any other synthetic item in the museum. The scroll itself has been lost to time. Ah, interesting. What are they? Are they vapes of some kind?
Lots
to
to
a bill.
learn at the United Colony's premier living history exhibit. If you need a guide, I'm your
Oh
guy.
God, he's far too enthusiastic.
Why, hello there! I'm Bill Starsap of Starsap Tours. Let me tell you, this place
It's an
is
unfortunate
full of
name.
history and interesting facts. For instance, did you know that New Homestead
Hey,
was
Scottish.
one of
How you
the
doing?
first colonies
How's your weekend going so
established
far?
outside of Earth? It's been populated in some capacity for over 200 years.
Well, that is incredible.
Well, there's plenty more where that came from if you're interested in taking one of my famous tours.
Oh God.
So what do you say? I've got an opening. I could take you on a tour right now if you'd like.
Oh, why not? But Starsap is an unusual name. Sounds almost made up.
None taken. I get it all the time. If you think it sounds made up, well, that's because it is.
Of
I
course
come
it is.
from an eccentric family.
Eccentric's the
Back
right
in
word,
the
Bill.
early days
Yeah.
of space travel, generations ago, my ancestors were really into science fiction. They wanted a name that seemed like it fit into the stories they grew up with, so they changed their last name, and the Starsap family name was born.
Ah, there you
Used
go.
to be Bramblefoot before that.
Bramblefoot.
Their
Bill
ancestors
Bramblefoot.
liked a different type of fiction.
Oh, very good.
Now, if you want, we can schedule a stay.
Melting. I'm not built for sun or heat. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean, Scottish. I mean, my I'm just about. To be fair, I'm glad I started when I did because it's now kind of getting to the hottest point in the day. I think for us here.
Huh?
I think when I
Sorry,
last
I
checked.
zoned out too.
Quiet, Bill. Yeah, it's 29 degrees here now. So this is the hottest it's going to be apparently all day. But it's not going to start cooling until like 6, 7 p.m. And then even then it's still going to be 22 degrees at 9 p.m. It only drops to 20 degrees at midnight. But from what I can see, today and tomorrow are the last like really hot days. I mean, tomorrow I think is actually only a high of 26, so it might feel a little bit cooler then. And then 23 on Monday, 22 on Tuesday, and apparently a 50% chance of rain so far. So
Need
that's
some more
weird
time
sound.
to think about it?
Let's go on a tour.
Excellent! You won't regret it. My
But yeah,
tours
the last
are
couple of days
one of a
have been really, really
Now,
hot.
there's just a matter of price. The going rate for a genuine Starsap tour is only 100 credits.
100 credits, okay. I don't want to persuade him.
Let's get this show on the road, eh? All right, so this is New Homestead's main concourse. This underground area didn't exist when the
What is with the music?
Astro Base was finished in 2130.
It's a bit loud, Bill.
Follow
Can we
me.
turn it down?
We'll come back here by the end of the tour and talk about the museum collection. But
Cool.
first, let's go see where people live. Now remember, these people aren't actors. They actually live here, so try to be respectful of that.
Amazing.
While the original inhabitants of the Titan Astro Base lived in pods like you saw up above, they transitioned down here when this section of the base was finished in 2144.
Okay.
Space is extremely limited, so you'll notice some overflow here, but more residences also exist on lower levels, which are inaccessible to tours.
Okay.
I'll stop at each of our destinations if you want to look around, or if you have any questions for me.
Cool. Good to know. Good to know. Yeah, it's been 20 here all week. It hasn't dropped below 20 here all week. I think again most of it we've been going to bed and it's still been like between 20, 21 and 23 degrees. It's just not been pleasant. Okay. Oh, we're gonna have a little look around here. Oh, we need to talk to her, don't we?
Great. Another tourist. Let me guess. You slipped on the ice and need a doctor to wrap your sprained ankle?
No. That's a terrible attitude for a doctor.
They do, but they're also a terrible burden for a small colony doctor like myself. I have enough trouble treating our own people with the time and resources I have.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
I appreciate that you're trying to set me at ease, but that might as well be the same. Sorry for how I responded. It's not you, it's me. I'm just frustrated about all the non-native people I need to treat when our own still need help. Anyway, what can I do for you? Even though we don't have shiny new medical facilities, I imagine it's easier than wherever you're from. We have fewer people here, and we're very responsible when it comes to our personal health and welfare. So there's not much I can't handle. For anything else, we can get access to off-world specialists. Contrary to popular belief, we're not primitive. It's a harsh world, but as long as you're inside or wear a suit when going out, you'll be fine here. There's no breathable air on the surface, and you'll quickly freeze to death outside without protective gear, but otherwise the hazards are minimal.
Oh, good.
New
Just,
Homestead
you know.
was an early colony research base and has stood the test of time. It's safe, and it's proof that people can live pretty much.
Yeah, that's true. I think though, like,
so much.
certainly unless you were like ancestrally linked to New Homestead, I definitely think I'd prefer a world where there's a breathable atmosphere, I think, to start with, or at least an artificial one with some kind of biosphere and diversity to it, so that you weren't just looking out on a bleak rock like the settlers on Mars are in Cydonia.
Okay.
Yes.
Just a sec. Let's take a look. Well, it doesn't look too bad. This should be nice and easy.
Oh, she can actually heal my wounds. Oh, fine. Oh, well, why
Few
not?
stitches, and you'll be on your way.
Stitches?
Okay, looks like you're good to go now.
That was interesting to...
I don't. They make a mockery of New Homestead culture. And on top of
see
it,
what that would go.
they're
I was wondering
reckless.
if it was going to be some kind of
It's like
reference
I
to
said
the
before, I feel like I'm
strange
treating
rock we
them
touched, but...
more often than our own people. Actually, maybe there is. I have an idea that may be best suited for someone relatively unknown, instead of myself. I've got a mountain of work and a reputation to maintain. So I bought a realistic monster costume. The plan was to wear it, scare tourists away, and start a rumor about terrible creatures living on Titan. I figure that once word gets around, tourism will take enough of a dive to...
Is that a sensible idea? I'll do it anyway.
That's the spirit. To be honest, I'm not sure it'll work either, but I feel like there's no harm in trying. Here's the costume. I think this will work best on the surface, so just find a group and run up to them, acting like a convincing alien monster.
Got it.
With
Okay.
any luck,
Put on
they'll
scary
run
suit.
screaming and book the next flight
Charge
out of
it.
here.
Tourists. See what happens. Amazing. What's got a computer that we can unlock? I can use the pharmaceutical over there. Okay.
Nice work. What else are you going to make?
Another one. Nothing more. Just keen to make something as we go along. Right, that's fine. Okay. What about the lounge? Anything cool in here? Just some food, I guess. A meal tray. Probably shouldn't steal their food. Actually, we should probably finish the tour, right? Right. I don't know if it's just this bitch he wants us to stop for. Maybe we can just go around the whole thing. I mean, again, I guess if you've got used to... Ah, this is where the frog came from. I guess if you got used to it, then fine. But it's certainly a hard-looking place to call home. But I mean, I guess it's...
They help the local economy.
I guess if it's quaint and cozy, then you're all right.
These tourists are able to come and go as they please. I wish I had that kind of money.
Still trying to work out like the overall like economy scale in this game. It's people talk about getting off work, which I guess I guess unless they've got somewhere to go and resettle, which could cost quite a substantial amount. That makes sense.
Welcome to New Homestead.
If you need medical attention, see Dr. Lakota. But a word of warning, she really doesn't care.
Yeah, that's what I've seen so far, Scottish. And yet there's lots of costs for ship components and items like that. So I guess
We used to get more tourists than we do these days.
I guess it's all kind of tied up in the general.
Hi there. Always nice seeing a new face.
Yeah, it's tied up in how I guess the longevity of it. Not trying to give too much away up front, but.
Have any questions so far?
No questions so far.
Sadly, it's difficult
some
to get
questions so
additional
far.
construction done inside these underground caverns. So for now, additional populations are housed in these stacks of old shipping crates. As you might expect, this is where some of the less wealthy can afford to live. It's not glamorous, but they are functional and cozy. The original Titan Astrobase had more habitation pods on the surface connected to some of the old structures you may have
I'll have to
seen
have
in
another
the
look
back.
when I go back out.
As the colony
On the
grew,
surface.
the base was expanded underground, and those hab units were recycled into materials used down here. I'm not sure the exact count, but New Homestead is a fairly small colony. What you see is what you get for the most part, except for some other people who live in the private lower levels.
Sounds jealous of that.
Particularly security, and yours truly, even commute from other worlds.
Ah, okay. So he doesn't even live here.
Alrighty, we'll be taking the residential elevator to the farms area.
Oh yeah,
on the
definitely. A fairly
surface
small
level.
and cramped colony,
way,
that's for
please.
sure.
Let's leave these good people alone for now and go check out the farms. Follow me up the elevator.
Okie dokie.
Enjoy your visit here.
Thank you. Oh, Bill's just disappeared. Oh no, and he's back again. Oh. I think Bill's glitched. Or perhaps some shady science things going on. Yeah, maybe. With the elite taking the spacious lower levels, maybe. Yeah. Agreed. We'll see what happens. Ah, okay. This is cooler.
Farms are the beating heart of the colony. Without them, the original outpost would have shriveled and died. These pods are
This is a cooler looking hab pod.
You get used to the methane processing smell after a while.
Jolly good.
It'd be nice to get away for a while, but it's difficult. People rely on the farm. Ah, someone new. Are you a tourist, or have you just moved to New Homestead?
Just visiting.
Well, there's lots to learn. You can always feel free to try one of the historical tours, or ask the locals about life here. I'm fascinated by the other worlds in the settled systems. Do you mind if I ask you a question?
Considering which colonies to burn or not, yeah.
Oh, wonderful. What's New Atlantis like?
Huge skyscrapers, beautiful city, beautiful skies, beautiful walks of life. Too much hassle and bustle, it's terrible. Give me a frontier city or a small colony like this any day. I think it's pretty. It's pretty substantial and pretty amazing considering.
Oh my, that sounds incredible. Ever since I overheard one of the tourists speaking about it, I've always wanted to go. We hear about it, of course, but we rarely get much exposure to other worlds beyond the people who come from them to visit our little colony. I wonder if I can convince Nathaniel to go on a trip there with me and our daughter. Do you mind if I ask you another question?
Sure thing.
Thanks. I promise not to take too much of your time.
I wish the NPCs would turn
Is
around
the
when they're talking to
Freestar
you. I
Collective
don't know if it's
as
a bug.
lawless as I've heard.
I've noticed it with some of the companion NPCs as well. Sometimes they just seem to, like, they're either doing something at the time or they look at you and then they just turn away, which is just a bit weird. The Freestar Stand is a monument to freedom. Anyone can live as they please. It's not as lawless as they say. It's dangerous. I don't know much about them. Yeah, it's odd. Something in your face. Oh, don't bother. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Maybe it's my beard. Maybe it's just too magnificent and I'm just afraid to look at it. I think the second one's probably a fair.
Pardon me? I figured the stories weren't all true. How else would you expect people to live together if you can't trust in laws to keep everyone safe? Even in a small community like ours, we have to maintain law and order. Though, I understand it gets difficult to always protect that out in the vastness of space. I imagine it's the same in the Freestar Collective. Is it okay if I change the subject?
Of course.
Oh, thank you. Are there really planets full of plants, fresh air, and water?
I imagine there are some beautiful. I mean, I've not been to them, but well, no, that's not true. I've been to New Atlantis. That's teeming with life. I'm not answering any more questions. You ignorant so and so. Yeah, turn around and face me, and then we can have a proper conversation.
I've read about them. It seems incredible, doesn't it? I've only ever known Titan, and it's always so cold and drab. I've always dreamed of visiting one to breathe the air, feel the warmth of its sun, but my husband is reluctant to leave our home.
I can understand that to a
Can I
degree,
ask
but
you
if you've been born here and this is all you know, then surely the tales of tourists from other places where you don't have to wear a spacesuit or a helmet to go outside, there's breathable air and water. That would be like an exotic holiday at the very least. You'd be
Oh, wonderful.
You definitely want to do
Is
that.
space travel as exciting as it seems?
Yes. It's a lot of nothing.
Well, you've convinced me that I simply must go sometime.
Oh God, is this going to
Most
like
of us
start
here
some
never
kind
left
of
the surface of New Homestead. It's a point of pride
marital
among many
conflict
people,
because
but
I've
always
persuaded
been
this
curious.
This
Those are all
person
the
to
questions I have at the moment. Thank
go
you
out
so
into
much
space
for
and
taking time out of your busy day for me.
explore. That's all right. You're welcome. Let's explore the pod a bit more. It's like we're expanding this one. Is that a dish rag? Yeah. Well, there you go. What about through here?
If you'll pardon me, I'm not in the mood to talk. I overheard you speaking to my wife, Mara, filling her head with ideas about picking up and leaving home.
Uh-oh.
You got anything to say for yourself? Listen here. Mara's free to make her own decisions. I'm not here to control her if that's what you're insinuating.
Again, he's looking in a really funky
But that
way.
doesn't mean I take kindly to other people manipulating her and
I'm not
telling
manipulating
the
her.
other
She's
worlds are
asking me
full of
questions.
sunshine
She
and
didn't even
rainbows.
look at me.
We live a simple
If anything, it
traditional
was
life here,
rude.
and it's important to the community that we maintain that. Do you understand? Traditions like the way we tend this farm, strong family ties, early colonial life.
Like, I get
we do
that,
it all
but,
with the bare
but
minimum technologies to survive. Everything else is hard work done by humans. It's good for humanity's soul.
Yeah, but it doesn't shouldn't stop you from going out.
Too much.
Having a little holiday somewhere nice,
how
right?
to perform the basics to survive in case we ever find ourselves
Not
without
saying
said
move.
technology. We need to remember where we came from. Earth, this system, lest we forget and repeat the same mistakes as before. We're one of the last colonies charged with that preservation. That's why it's important.
Oh, that makes sense. But yeah, I don't agree. I think people should explore the universe freely.
We're going to have to agree to disagree then. I only ask that you respect our wishes.
That's fine. What does your daughter think, though?
Did you know that Earth had all sorts of cool animals? Actually, lots of planets do. But not this one. Sad, huh?
A little bit.
Hello? I'm not really supposed to talk with tourists, but I kind of want to anyway. And I don't think my papa is paying attention. You're not going to tell him, are you? Oh, I guess that's okay. I wouldn't want to make you lie. My mama always tells me it's not good to lie.
Smart lady.
Now what should we talk about? Not really. There's some, though. Most are around my age. We all go to school in the same room. I don't know. I've never been to any other schools. We mostly learn about the history of the Sol system and Earth and stuff like that until we get old enough to go on our learning vacation. That's when we get to leave to go to school somewhere else for a few years, or travel and visit other worlds, try out jobs and stuff.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, I can't wait.
At least they get that opportunity.
My mama says it's because he thinks we'd up and leave if we found out about the rest of the world out there.
Well,
but I keep telling him, I love it here, and I love him, and I would never leave him.
I mean, I think you might
it.
change your tune
He says the kids
when you go out.
always want to leave when they grow up.
Well, yeah.
But not me. Nope. I just want to visit somewhere else.
Sure.
Maybe.
Visit permanently.
I think it's pretty fun. And I get to be around my mama and my papa all day, so that's cool. They say we all have to work a little, because it takes all of us to make the community work. Just like on Earth a really, really, really long time ago. Someday, I think it'd be cool to see other places and do other things, but this is fine for now.
Jolly good.
Thanks for taking the time to talk with me.
That's all right. Bye now.
Hello. Don't mind me. I love talking with off-worlders like you.
I just don't like looking at them. Okay.
Any questions about the farms? Oh, they are indeed. Colonists still cultivate plant-based food for their own consumption here in New Homestead. It's less vital to their survival these days, as they also import supplemental food from other colonies, including meats, dairy, and synthetics. However, most citizens here take pride in a New Homestead-grown, sustainable diet.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
These days, it's a mix of what you find elsewhere in the galaxy, but in the olden days, it was
In
all
ye
brought over
olden
from
days.
Earth. It was a lot of hearty root vegetables like potatoes, carrots, beets, and such, supplemented with corn, peas, green
corn.
beans, soy, etc., which didn't always grow as well.
Fair enough.
Good question. It's largely the same, because this was the colony that pioneered the techniques you see elsewhere.
Yeah, that's cool.
But you'll notice that the farms here are smaller and
I was gonna
staffed
ask
by
about
humans,
robots.
not robots. Things here are a little more old-fashioned compared to some of the large factory farms you'll find elsewhere in the settled systems. word it is! We'll be stopping by the Brown Horse Tavern later in the tour, which uses many of these locally sourced ingredients in their cooking. But for now, it's just a short way to our next stop. Follow me!
Okie dokie.
So, the old biolabs are just on the other side of this building, believe it or not. We'll step on through the hallway there. They're not in use anymore, but the colony has faithfully recreated them as a historical exhibit, true to the original purpose of the Titan Astrobase. Sadly, they're undergoing some light renovation. Otherwise, there'd be interactive activities for kids to learn about how they used to search for microbial
Those
life
folks in Sidonia may be closer to Earth, but we do a better job preserving its traditions.
The people here live a simple life. Try not to complicate it.
Okay. I'm guessing this is where the next stop on the tour. Okay. So these are the old hut. Oh no, this is the big. Ah, okay. I know where we've come out here now. Right, fine. Or is this another way out?
This is a boring assignment, but let's keep it that way.
Oh no, I think this is where we. Yeah, this is where we came in. It's just we went. Oh, we went down because we took the elevator up. That's it. Yeah, yeah. Fine.
It's
okay.
a little weird that people come here to see what early college...
Pardon the dust, but I can still answer some questions about the old Titan Astrobase biolabs. Funny you should ask! Sadly, none. See, NASA funded the Titan Astrobase project because conditions seemed ripe for primordial life to form in Titan's methane pools. They tested many different sites, performed deep core ice drilling, and more, yet nothing turned up. Well, NASA defunded the xenobiology program in 2132, but a scientist by the name of Catherine Neely proposed research into advanced colony building on inhospitable worlds. So, by 2135, work began on what would ultimately set us all up to create habitats anywhere humans dared to explore. These very labs housed the computer systems used in that research. That and general storage for the colony. Lots of storage. Oh, I'm sorry. I completely forgot to mention that. That's what this place was originally called. When NASA divested its interest in the Astrobase and turned it over to the people back in 2185, they renamed it New Homestead and established it as a historical site. You got it. On to our next stop. Next, we'll be heading outside, so make sure to check those seals on your suit because it's a bit chilly out there. We're going out into the frozen wastes of Titan to see what powers this planet. Watch your step outside, by the way. The ice can be slippery if you're not careful. The goal is to keep people out of Dr. Lakota's infirmary.
When should I stick the monster outfit on? I guess I should be able to do it after the tour, right? Let's see. I'll tell you what I will do. Before we do the next bit, I'm just going to save here. And it's getting on a bit. I'm just going to go and grab some lunch and I can munch whilst we carry on with the rest of the tour. So we'll be right back with some more Starfield Museum knowledge on New Homestead on Titan. Be right back. Ah, there we go. Hope the chair kept everyone company whilst I was grabbing some lunch. I'm gonna let it cool down just a smidge, and then I'll chomp. Just gonna follow old Bill out the door. Switch back. Out the airlock we go.
Still working today. Hello?
Hi. Is that our ship at the end? Looking all badass and cool. I think it is.
Renewable energy. You'll see one of the methods used on the horizon up ahead. That's right. New Homestead's famous wind farms. This spot was chosen for the colony in part because of its constant winds. These turbines have been integral to the colony's function since its establishment as a cheap, mostly reliable source of electricity.
What's the time on New Homestead? An hour 20 out of Universal Time. So the oddity I noticed when I did drop onto Earth the other day, Earth is at a different time to Universal Time, so Earth time is not the dictator of Universal Time, it appears, in Starfield. Although maybe that was because I was down in Australia, but I don't know if different areas on planets do actually have different time zones factored into the universal time in the game. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. Well, this is very nice, Bill. Although that one's not working. Should I go fix it? Oh, it's an ice deposit that's built up on it. Oh, so I could definitely smash that if necessary. Let's see what Bill says though. I don't wanna interrupt in case they're gonna tell me to do something different. Maybe someone else will ask me to fix it.
So, let's talk about wind power, shall we?
Or maybe he'll mention it now.
You're right. Most surface wind on Titan isn't too terribly strong, but here, the altitude and other conditions are perfect for sustained wind power. Like many worlds with atmosphere, the higher you go, the windier it gets. Mostly. I'm sure you've noticed the occasional brownouts. I guess these old machines have a habit of freezing up, what with all the ice out here. There's some methane on reserve for critical life support systems, but everything else here is otherwise powered by the units you see here.
That's cool. If not a little terrifying that the whole colony is completely reliant on this.
You're looking at a piece of history. Sure, wind power is used throughout the galaxy, but these people were able to make do with it for hundreds of years. It's impressive that was all they had back then, and still make it work to this day.
Okay, we'll move on. I'll come back out and fix the fix that one later on, perhaps if someone asks me to. If not, I'll do it on my way back.
You're the boss.
Ship.
Let's go. Moving right along, we're going to learn about Titan's great natural resources. Titan is rich with hydrocarbons like methane and ethane. Surely you saw huge pools of this stuff on your descent into New Homestead. I like to think they add to the natural beauty of this world. Though of course stay away from them because, like anything beautiful, they can be dangerous. Just like my last ex-wife's pet. She had this gorgeous, I don't know what you'd call it, creature. The guy that sold it to her couldn't tell her what it was or where it was from.
Amazing. Suspicious space pet.
The thing was very easy on the eyes. Feathers, all the colors of the rainbow. Nasty fight, though. Wound up in the hospital and almost lost my hand. Still not enough for her to get rid of the dang thing. Anyway.
And that's why she's your ex.
My ex-wife. But enough about me. We were talking about methane and other resources, right?
We sure were.
Back in the 20th century on Earth, they used to fight wars over natural resources like this and petroleum. They had this whole moon here basically made of hydrocarbons in their own backyard. Just couldn't get to it.
I was going to say, it was a bit far away. Bill?
New Homestead is home to one of the oldest and largest methane processing plants in the settled system. Every year, UC engineers go through a painstaking, month-long maintenance process. That's how this place has remained operational as long as it has. I'm not going to take you too close to the machinery, liability and all, but I can still answer questions.
It does feel a little bit like this place is, I don't know, starting to starting to kind of fall behind other starfaring world processes, and perhaps that's going to make things more difficult for the colony's general survival. But I guess that's all part of it. I don't want to jump in there just in case that's where we're supposed to go, but that's part of the tour. But I can always come back out to it when we fix the wind turbine. There's quite a lot of them. Cool. And the methane tanks are huge. Why is Sarah not wearing a spacesuit?
Good work with the bartender. Won't be the last time you'll be hustling information. Let's see what you've got.
Sarah should be dead. She's got a spacesuit. She's just not wearing it.
So look.
It's a good glitch. Yeah. Weird.
Questions? Fire away! Exports mostly, since this world is so methane rich and has the infrastructure for it, a lot of the UC's methane comes from Titan. Of course, new homesteaders use it themselves for everything from generating heat to turning it into breathable oxygen by a modern science.
Modern science.
Oh, no one's ever asked me that before. Something to do with methane-eating microbes, I believe? I honestly don't know. Sorry.
Interesting.
it's not as if they shut down for a month. It's not shut down at all, actually. See, this place is built with redundant systems, so they can shut it down piece by piece and suffer only a reduction in throughput. During that time, the UC gets more of its resources from other places, allowing New Homestead to maintain what it needs.
Smart, smart.
Okie dokie, artichokey. There will be time for more later anyway. So, this next stop is a bit of an interesting one. I only recently made it part of the tour. Fun fact, it's also the only natural landmark on the tour. What we're about to see is a glacial spire we affectionately call Ymir's Horn. This colus used to be named after a character in a popular fantasy novel, but it was changed a couple hundred years ago to avoid any potential litigation. Now, what's a colus, you might say? Colus derives from the Latin word for hill, and scientists only gave names to groups of hills on a planet's surface. So in reality, the term you hear more often is the plural, coles, with an E. You probably don't hear it very often where you're from, because it was usually a term reserved for unexplored planets, back when they didn't have the technology to describe what they were seeing firsthand. Because of that, the term is much more common in the Sol system, but you may still hear it occasionally in reference to uncharted worlds. This planet's full of them, though, and they like to preserve that history here.
Feels like there should be footprints in this. Ah. So this is where the tungsten deposits are. So they are here, just very, very small. Ah, and that's a... Christ. Oh no, that's a tungsten deposit. That's a titanium deposit, sure. Awesome. And there's water down there and another coastline over that way. Cool. All right, Bill.
So here it is, Ymir's Horn. You're free to take a closer look if you like.
Okay. I'll be right back.
Just be careful. It can get slippery out that way. I'll wait here.
If I can run up it. Well, when we're talking about running, I can just boost up it. I'm on top of the world! Sort of. Almost. Right to the tippy top. I'm on top. There we go. Ah, it's actually a lake. And something big over that way. I mean, it's still not a particularly large, like, colony area. I mean, there's only space here for my one ship, really. I mean, I'm sure you can park out wherever, but Sarah just jumped inside. Oh, yeah, but she's now wearing her spacesuit. Oh, now you wear your spacesuit. That's quite a cool pose. There we go. Picture time. Why can't I get one without the UI on it? Zoom out a little bit. There we go. And there's Sarah down below. Perfect. Thank God for boost packs. Many more fatalities on the tour, I think, if they weren't.
So here it is, Ymir's horn. You're free to take a closer look if you like.
Been there, done that.
According to ancient Norse mythology, Ymir was the first Jotun, a frost giant.
Frost giant,
In
yeah.
the legend, they were both male and female and gave birth to the progenitors of all giants from their armpits. Ymir even predated the Norse gods, who, as it turns out, killed Ymir to fashion the earth and all of humanity from the corpse. It's a fascinating story, and the horn here is a fitting tribute to it. I've heard this particular formation was caused by an ancient volcano. Something about steam and wind, then worn down over time. But I'm not 100% sure. Excellent. On to the next stop, then.
To the next stop, Bill.
So, we're gonna head back inside, through the methane processing plant. Try not to touch anything on your way. We want to make sure to respect Dr. Lakota's wishes to be safer around here. That brings me to another point. You'll notice the people around here have last names related to where their families originated from on Earth, as a way to remember the past.
Oh, that's cool.
The museum curator, Maurice Leon, has more information about that if you're interested. You can find him inside the main concourse. Loves talking about it. You'll find most of the locals here are very friendly to tourists like yourself. Tourism is a major draw to this colony these days, and I respect that. Most of them are happy to talk at length about what they do here. Their rugged lifestyle is a point of pride for a lot of these folks.
Oh, cool, yeah, so we are going in here. Good thing I didn't sneak ahead. Cup. Hang on, come on. Like, I don't get it. Like, there's beer cups out here, but you can't drink. You got to be wearing a spacesuit out here. So why are there beer cups out here? I don't get it. Do they have like some special straw that they can stick in from their suit? I don't know. Sarah, you in? All right. Screw you. Following Bill. Come on, Bill. Okay, no. I don't think Bill liked that I went in first. Oh, we can see if there's anything we can build on our spacesuit workbench, though. So we need some cosmetic for that one. We've got the tungsten. For this one, we just need cosmetic for the EM shielding, and then ballistic shielding, we just need some cosmetic. Okay, cool. Alright, Bill, you're in. Tell us a story.
We're walking through is the nerve center of the plant, where technicians keep an eye on the operation.
Still stuff. Probably shouldn't steal stuff.
Part of the colony's livelihood, it's important that the techs notice any issues and react to them quickly.
Hi.
We're headed into the ice
Hi.
mines. It's a
The ice mine.
spring where water bubbles up from deep below, but due to the cold, it keeps freezing as it reaches the surface.
Pull the lever, Crunk. I'll turn the light on, don't worry, Bill. Oh, cool, they're actually mining down here as well. It's so dark. You'd have lights set up down here, right? Surely. It's far too dark. Bad for your eyes.
What else can I tell you about the ice mines?
Why is it so dark?
I wouldn't recommend it. For First, it's an active work site. Second, it still needs to be filtered and checked for contaminants.
Oh, man.
But don't worry, we'll stop somewhere for refreshments before the tour is over.
Jolly good.
Good question. I believe it has something to do with not wanting to contaminate the water with methane and other chemicals. The ice helps prevent impurities in the water. At least this is what I've been told. Not all. Some water is created as a byproduct of methane processing, but that's usually saved in the emergency reserves. Of course, watch your step. It can get slick around here. I'll stay behind.
Okay.
Another tourist come to learn about the ice mines, huh? It's dangerous in the ice mines. I'd much rather answer your questions than have you going off to explore on your own.
What's so dangerous about the ice
I
mines?
still get this question.
It's slippery sharp.
Slippery, it's sharp, it can break, it can cave in. Those are just the obvious examples. Titan is also full of methane, which can sometimes be trapped under the ice. As you know, methane can explode under the right conditions. It can also asphyxiate you if you breathe in too much of it. Ah, so you can relate.
Sure can.
Someone who understands the challenges of the job, not everyone does. If I might ask, what do you mine?
Minerals, mostly. Actually, one time, I mined a mysterious artifact that gave me visions. Oh, dear. Nunya, as in none of your business. Amazing. Probably shouldn't go around just telling people about the mysterious artifact.
Ah, I see. I can respect that. We used to do more traditional mining like that here, but it made much more sense to do it off-world, since it takes a lot more effort for less gain. We mostly export methane and other natural gases instead. Anyway, I'm sure we could swap mining stories all day, but I really should be getting back to what I was doing soon.
No worries.
For drinking water, and we use some of it to produce this air you're breathing. We recycle a lot of what we use, but we still need a nice, steady supply of fresh water. Lucky for us, Titan provides. For one, New Homestead is not a wealthy colony. But we also pride ourselves on doing things the old ways. It's part of the living history.
That's quite cool.
We don't mind. We work hard here. It's very rewarding. Bye.
It must be difficult trying to survive when this collection of shipping containers is all you have for permanent accommodations.
Makes you wonder how long it would have taken to like hewn all of this ice out. And how much they'd actually need. How long it will last, I guess. Well, let's move on with Bill.
What else can I tell you about the ice mines? Sounds good. Let's keep going then.
We'll let Bill take us to the next spot, and then I will pause again briefly. My mum is just about to pull in the driveway. She's been away on holiday for a week with a friend and their dogs, so I'll just go and say hello to her quickly, and then we'll hop back on and finish the last bit of the tour, and then hopefully we'll get to do a little bit of perhaps we'll try and jump back to Earth, and then perhaps we'll see if there's somewhere in one of the other systems that we can jump on a planet to do maybe the start of some outposting. Pretty cool. Oh, thanks, Timmy. Yeah, I will do. I will do. I think she's just pulled onto the driveway. So in actual fact, I'll save it here, and I'll leave it on pause, and I'll just go help her in with the bags and things, and we'll be back. So yeah, give it 5-10 minutes, and we'll be back. I'll leave you in the capable command of the chair. You hopefully you can still hear Starfield in the background. So have some ambiance whilst you wait. All right, back in a bit. There we go. Right, they're all home safe and sound. Doggo's very happy to be home. Lovely stuff. Right. Back to Starfield. Let's
Not, I highly recommend.
see where Bill's going to take us next.
They're beautiful animals. The tavern's original owner was infatuated with them, from what I understand, and named the
Ooh.
place in their honor.
Shiny
The
rocks.
moniker, Brown Horse Tavern, is also a throwback to names
All the ships there. We'll have to have a look at that. I didn't even notice those before.
hundreds of years before it was established.
Ice mining operations are unusual, but if they're run properly, they can prove to be quite lucrative.
Game of pool, anyone? Unless somebody nicks the pool cues. There's the exotic bottle that you've got in your display case. And I feel like someone's lying about the source of that, perhaps.
Why not order some food and make yourself comfortable?
Okie dokie.
Welcome. I'm Anya. Is this your first time with us at the Brown Horse Tavern?
It sure is, Anya. I'm a regular. I can't believe you don't recognize me. No.
Oh, well, thank you for joining us. You're in for a real treat. We've got an assortment of food and drinks, some of which follow homemade recipes that have been passed down over hundreds of years.
Aha.
So, what can I do for you?
Maybe no synth meat then.
Oh, hardly. The locals pretty much stay away from chunks, so whenever they don't feel like cooking themselves and want a fresh meal, they come to me.
That's
Only
nice.
the tourists eat that junk. But don't tell that to my husband. He manages the chunks. I love him, but he's a bit of a fanatic about it.
Amazing.
You mean the Brown Horse? Well, it's only the longest continuous running restaurant since humans started settling outside of Earth. There's a lot of history within these walls. And some damn fine food and drink, if I say so myself. This place has been in my family for generations. My however many great-grandmother opened it when the first colony started on Titan. Back then, it was a simple mess hall that she chose to put a little extra love and flavor into. And now, it's the pride of New Homestead. Let me show you what we have.
See the menu. Got a bourbon. I got a beer pack. I don't think I could ever drink a beer in a pack like that with a straw. That looks weird. Fried pickles. Okay, we've got to have some fried pickles. A patty melt. Delicious. Pierogies. Nice, nice. Just toast. Just toast. A veggie grinder. A hoagie of roasted vegetables. I mean, that sounds good. Looks good. Although I'm slightly concerned. Is that just a bowl of melted butter next to it, or some kind of, I don't know, vinaigrette to dip it in, or like melted cheese? I don't know. I'll take a patty melt as well. What are the drinks? What are the side effects like? +8 carry capacity. That might be quite useful. It's +8. That's +6, so it makes more sense to take that one. Pilsner. The bourbon's probably a good one to take as well. +8 carrying capacity. I won't buy too many. Let's buy 2. Gotta save those pretty pennies after that ship upgrade.
So long. Tell your friends about us.
Will do.
We used to get more tourists than we do these days.
So then I told him that we churn our own butter. He completely bought it.
Amazing. That's like a steak.
I did.
We're gonna get one of them.
I know I shouldn't have, but I just wanted to see how they'd react.
I find it on choice you can't craft. Yeah, of all the things that you can craft in this, it feels like you should be able to.
Already believe. That's a good point. They already gawk at us like we're some sort of ancient curiosity.
Oh, I'm just trying to have a little fun. But
Don't worry, I'm gonna scare him away in a monster costume in a minute. It'll be fine.
Off-worlders always ask how I can live here. I wonder how they can live anywhere else.
Mods will fix
I
it.
don't mind the
Exactly.
tourists.
Exactly.
They help the local economy.
It's a little weird that people come here to see what early colony life was like. To me, it's just how we live.
You get used to the methane processing smell after a while.
Okay.
Sure would be nice to get off-world sometime.
He doesn't say I can't use it. Alexander's inventory. Ah, they did right. Luther's new chunk. Oh, it was Luther. Okay, new chunks there. Shepherd's pie chunks, Cobb salad chunks, taco chunks, pizza chunks. I can see working. Meatball sub chunks would be good. Mac and cheese chunks also a good one. Bao bun. I guess that's a bao bun chunk, maybe. Seasonal chunks, candy cane chunk. That could be cool, but just be a lot of mint. Frozen eggnog chunks, gingerbread chunks would be nice. Controls locked. Current temperature is 23.4 C. Don't mind me, just having a little look around. Chardonnay, anyone? Coffee back? Ah! Ma'am, you've got a heat leech infestation back here. That can't be good for food or business or cleanliness. Freaking heat leeches.
You're going to be carrying that gooey mess, right?
So I can pull it out. Come on, come here. Oh, it's spazzing out. Oh. Come on. Yoink. They're stretchy. I think it's stuck on something under the table. Amazing. Okay. That's fine. We'll leave this alone now. Heat leeches and all. Oh, Sarah should probably come out first. Come on.
Pull up a seat.
This
You're
way.
in the settled system's oldest tavern. Well, oldest
Can I just pull
existing tavern,
pour myself a
anyway.
pint? Anyone? Cocktail shaker. Nice.
Lots of history here. If you're into
Oh,
that
it's
sort of
Joyce is great at what she does. I'm sure she'll handle it.
Hi there. Always nice seeing a new face.
Have I
If you
seen
need
Joyce
medical
yet?
attention, see Dr. Lakota. But a word of warning, she really doesn't care for tourists.
Thank you. Okay.
That delicious smell is making me hungry. Can I answer anything about the brown horse? Easy. All the other ones fell to ruin when we abandoned Earth. There were technically older ones on Mars, but those have long since shuttered or been replaced.
Fair enough.
Ooh, that's a tough one. I honestly love everything Anya serves here. I'd be doing her a disservice to recommend one dish over another. You want the real answer? Order one of everything.
Bill scares me a little bit. I feel like he's a closet psychopath.
Anya Seattle is the current owner of the Brown Horse. It's been in the Seattle family for generations. But Anya will be able to tell you more herself. Feel free to ask her. It doesn't feel right coming from me when she's standing right over there. Okay then. All right, we're headed to the last stop. Right back where we began. Feel free to check out the museum exhibit in the main concourse here. These displays are full of... rare earth trinkets salvaged from before humanity.
Time to get everyone to loot the museum. Maybe we can get into help. Oh god, can you imagine the chaos?
Will be happy to talk to you if you want.
In 2107, NASA sent an unmanned probe to Titan, which paved the way for its development of the Titan astrobase, completed by 2130. That's quite an impressive timeline, really. Considering, I mean, it must take quite a while to get to Titan. I mean, even in 2107, but I imagine this stuff all sells well. I'm looking forward to my kill everything run. Excellent. Let me know how it goes, Scottish. I'll be keen to know which colonized areas gave you the most trouble and put up resistance when you went on your murdering spree. By 2185, the Titan astrobase was transitioned into the colony of New Homestead. Cool. So from left to right, even. NASA prototype rocket, NASA branded mug, the Vostok 1 USSR space program, Space Shuttle Discovery, Apollo 11. Oh, excuse me. Dear Lord. Collectible snow globes. Items on loan from NASA. Okay. Oh, there we go. I still think to this day it's criminal that the Space Shuttle program was decommissioned. I know logistically there were lots of reasons why, but it just like it just looked like the logical next step for spaceflight. Certainly, I'd feel happier about going on something like that compared to any of the various kind of privateered space flights that are happening at the moment. Going to complete mission chains and then just open file when done. Amazing. These are cool. Scale model of the HMS Beagle. Ah! Originally constructed for the British Navy as a war vessel and was first launched in 1820, this Cherokee-class brig sloop was most famous for transporting renowned scientist Charles Darwin around his famous worldwide research voyage in 1831 to 1836. Well, there you go. Look at that. We've got here scale model of the RV Calypso. Originally commissioned by the British Royal Navy as a minesweeper vessel launched in 1942. Like I say, I recognise the name actually for minesweeping. It was later repurposed by famed Earth oceanographic researcher Jacques Cousteau. Yeah, I've read about that. That's a cool boat. What have we got here? We've got all sorts of nautical instruments, compasses. Delightful. Guessing that's the moon? More space rock. Polished and rounded piece of... Oh, it's a meteorite. That's cool. And displayed ahead from left to right. That's very cool. And these meteorites, they are rare, yes? What else we got in here?
There are some dangerous areas around here that are not part of any tours.
Yes, ma'am. I've got other sporting's memorabilia. Championship Baseball, Boston, Massachusetts, 1978. Game Winning Soccer Ball International League, 2018. Basketball used by the United States World Champion Basketball Team, 1992. Record-setting home run baseball, 1935. Well, there you go. have here? Ah, VHS.
I envy those who are able to travel like you.
Oh, this is the curator, isn't it? Got a book. A Walkman. Another book, another book, another book. Okay, what's the museum say? So clockwise from bottom left, Tales from Space and Time, H.G. Wells. On the Origin of Species, Charles Darwin. Frankenstein by Mary Shelley. Portable Compact Disc Player, yep. A book, Sailing Alone Around the World, and then a videotape, 1976. If you can find things, can you sell it to the museums? I don't know. That would be cool, wouldn't it? If they maybe I'll talk to the museum curator in a minute. See if he's wants us to keep an eye out for any age-old Earth treasures as such. Believed to be in the Western origin, possibly a type of harp-like instrument. Oh, okay. Well, there we go. Kind of feel like these museum screens should be lit up with something rather than have what appears to be lots of touristy fingerprints on them. So now you can get them, but they don't sell to a Sun event. Well, to Sun event. Okay. Ah, look at that. Add a computer just like that. That's cool. What we got here? Piggy bank. Piggy bank from the 15th century. Hollowed out ceramic statue of an animal known as a pig. Popularly used to store physical currency. And then decoy duck right. Waterfowl known as ducks. Once hunted near Earth marshes for sport and food using ballistic rifles. Amazing. It's a good duck. The values of thousands for selling for hundreds. Basically knock a zero off the value. Okay. Yeah, there probably is somewhere that you can go, I guess, to sell these. Somebody will take, but let's finish off talking to Bill, and then we can go and talk to the museum curator.
That. I hope you enjoyed Starsap tours as much as
I sure did,
them.
Bill Starsap. Thank you very much. I don't think it was worth 500 credits. It was all right. That was very boring. No, it was very educational. Thank you.
You're welcome, and thank you for coming along. Remember to tell your friends.
Didn't we
all
pay
about
him
it.
already to go on the tour?
Take care.
Pay him again. Woohoo! Level 10. What is that music though? It's awful.
I could really go for some of Anya's cooking over at the Brown Horse.
It's very loud, Bill. Can you turn it down?
Ah, to lay eyes on the earth just once. Hello there.
Learning has once again paid off. Indeed it has.
Peruse our little
That's right,
museum
kids.
exhibit?
Stay in school. You can't just put crappy old junk on display and call it a museum. I mean, yeah.
Wonderful.
Rare artifacts,
These
yeah.
are all rare artifacts.
I mean,
from
to a
before
degree,
the
it's
collapse
very
of
true.
Earth.
I mean, it shows.
There
I mean,
isn't much of this stuff left outside of private collections, but here we're happy to
it shows
share
a
glimpse of
technological
them with
change
the public. If you have any questions
over history.
about the exhibit or New Homestead, I'm happy to answer as best as I can. Of course. Certainly.
Why won't he? Why will no one turn around and face us? Is it something? Is there something on our face?
In and out over time, but
Is it our beard?
they all
Have they never
originate
seen such a
from the
glorious
same
beard?
place. Earth. We have everything from toys to antique technology to sports memorabilia. We even used to have an old Earth vehicle, but we had to
vehicle?
sell it when we ran out of space for it.
Ah.
Most of our collection was donated by fellow Earth enthusiasts and historians who felt it belonged close to the homeland here in the Sol system.
That's cool.
I am Maurice Leon, and I am the community elder. As the oldest living citizen at 96, My only job is to keep Earth history alive.
He seems pretty spry
I
for a
tell
96-year-old.
stories to the young people and the visitors from other worlds. Although my memory isn't what it used to be, I try my best to get the story
Maybe.
right.
Tell me a story.
Sure, I'd love to. There was once a war so big that they say all of the world was involved. This was actually the second time it happened. They fought because a terrible man named Hitler rose to power and slaughtered many innocents. Millions were lost. Even the colony war pales in comparison. When our early colonists learned of Earth's demise, they decided to take on the names of their cities of origin as a way to remember their heritage. Now, some may have been lost in translation over the years, and some may have taken it more seriously than others, but the names are mostly accurate. For instance, my family
the French
comes
city
from
of
the
Lyon.
city of Lyon, in a country that was called France. It's an interesting story. New Homestead began as a scientific research base called the Titan Astrobase, back when space travel was in its infancy. The hope was that humanity would be able to discover simple alien life here given the moon's composition and water supply. When that ultimately failed, it was repurposed as a colony research base, where scientists and engineers studied how to build colonies on inhospitable worlds. Then, finally, when gravity drives were commonplace and we started finding Earth-like planets, New Homestead was born as a living history community to preserve that past. Why, certainly. It's
Certainly,
what I
young
do.
man.
There was a time when huge monstrosities called
the
dinosaurs
dinosaurs.
ruled over Earth, long before humans existed. They were similar to some of the larger life forms you might see elsewhere in the settled systems.
I like Maurice.
Their reign ended when I can never remember if it was a comet, an asteroid, or a meteor that hit the Earth. Whatever it was, it nearly wiped out most of the life at that time.
Have time to tell another story? Yeah, story.
Let me think of a good one. A long time ago,
In
thousands
a galaxy
of
far,
years,
far away.
humans built a wall so large it spanned the northern length of one of Earth's largest empires, China. They called it the Great Wall of China, and it was meant to keep out invading hordes. If I recall correctly, it didn't always work as well as they had hoped. I'll have to look it up again. Memory's not what it once was.
Fair enough. Thanks, Maurice.
For visiting.
Anything more to look at in here? I don't think so. Okay. Right, well, I think we've then done... Tourists go home. We need to wear the monster costume, right? Do I just need to put it on? I probably shouldn't do it right in front of everyone, though, right?
Feel free to look around, but don't touch.
Okay. I could
We've
talk
got
to
the best
Luther.
chunks in the settled system.
Oh, Atlanta. They were from Atlanta.
Hello there.
Well, he was from
Welcome
Atlanta.
to the new Homestead Chunks. We've got all your chunks' favorites. Well, almost all of them.
Got some
Sadly,
chunks.
we're out of the special sauce. I know. But everything else is still that great chunks food you know.
Chunky chunks.
So, what can I do for you? Oh, you had to go and ask the hard questions, huh? How can I pick just one?
Chicken chunks, beef chunks, potato
Chicken
chunks.
chunks, beef chunks, potato chunks, cheesesteak chunks, cheesecake chunks.
See,
You know what?
Millie would be a
I'm gonna
cheesecake
cheat if you
chunk
don't
fan,
mind,
I reckon.
and just say, I love them all equally. Oh, it's all good. Chunks pays me pretty well. And between you and me, Anya's doing all right herself. Plus, we got this plan, you know? We want to see if we can introduce some of Anya's famous cooking to the Chunks lineup and pitch it to corporate. Imagine Anya's delicious food in every Chunks restaurant across the settled systems. And people are bound to come visit her place to see where it all started. It's a win all around.
That's cool.
Well, people gotta eat, you know? But seriously, I think we're just starting to get with the times a little. And I can't think of a better restaurant than Chunks to usher that in. I think corporate just saw New Homestead as an untapped market. I mean, the locals may not eat it, but the tourists love having a taste of home. You know I do. And what's not to love? It's delicious, nutritious, easy, fast, inexpensive. It sure makes my hungry belly sing for joy.
I mean, there must be something in it to some heavy preservative in it, right? It has to be vacuum sealed for transport and everything else through space.
If I'm completely honest, it is. The people are always saying how this Chunks can't compare to the real deal. And I just know it's because we never had that mouth-watering sauce. I've been in contact with some of the other restaurants out there, and they'll give me some. But they say they can't afford to send it, and I don't have a ship, so what am I gonna do?
I see where this is going. I'm going to be a chunk sauce delivery man.
For real? Good question. They haven't said, but I think it has something to do with them prioritizing other Chunks over mine. I guess it's made at a different facility than our other food, and they don't even want to pay the shipping cost to ship from another store to ours. Yeah, sometimes I get lucky and the cargo hauler passes
Coming
through,
from, I am.
takes some near
I
other
really
Chunks
am.
Back again, but there's no guarantee.
Amazing.
You bet it is. You may not hear people talk about it, but trust me, it's the secret ingredient. It's like the glue that holds it all together. I mean, not literally. I'm not saying it's glue or that our food falls apart. It's delightful. Tangy, savory, a little sweet, but not too sweet. And I've noticed that once people find out we don't have it, sometimes they don't return. It's the reason business isn't as good as other Chunks. Wait, for real? You do that?
Yeah, well, I'm
You're
probably
not
about to
pulling my
scare
leg?
off a load of tourists wearing this monster costume, so it's probably the least I could do.
Oh, yeah, right. I actually just got a message back from another Chunks before you got here, and they got a case ready to go for me. Just tell them you're there to pick it up for me, and it should be good to go. Thanks.
Cool.
Welcome
See,
to Chunks. Home of the
not
best
joking, but
chunks
that's
in
not a
the
chunk. That's
You people
I mean,
actually
looks like a
eat this stuff, huh?
like a pork steak.
Maybe I should just try it, see what the big deal is.
Welcome to Chunks. What can I get for you?
Right, let's run out of here and then delivery boy. Yeah, that's me in my souped up spaceship doing them deliveries. Right, let's go and wear this monster costume. I want to see what's behind the security door, but I guess I can't get in there. Maybe I can get to it on the outside.
Don't stay outside for too long here on Titan. Feel free to follow. Welcome to New Homestead.
Right, so I need to put this monster costume on. Oh, that's something, all right. Christ, where did you get that from? That's bananas. All right. Oh, sorry, you didn't make it.
New Homestead is a living history exhibit. These are real people.
Yeah. Hi. Bye. Ads. Okay. We'll wait a sec so that you don't miss the... I mean, what is this? I feel like I should be crawling. That'd be a more suitable alien look. Sarah, you're not wearing your monster costume. Amazing. I doesn't have a jump pack on this. No, amazing. Stuff over there to go and look at. There we go. Yeah, I mean, look at this thing. Jesus, that's... Whoa! Whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm not putting no costume on. I'd need like it'd need to be like a costume onesie. I think the only onesie thing I've got here, I'm not even sure if it's a onesie actually. I think it's like a bathrobe that looks a bit like Yoda, but it's definitely far too hot for me to be putting more clothes on. I can see you on mini screen. Cool. Let's go and scare the tourists. Just run at them. Roar! Yeah, jump, 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 jump. Roar! You're not running fast enough. I've killed you, and I've killed you, and I've killed you child. Roar! Jump, 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 jump. Woohoo! I assume I'll take damage for changing over my suit outside. Let's see. That was not the joke I was making. Oh, really? Are you saying that this is how my character usually usually looks? Oh. Oh, I'm dying. It's fine. Because changing my suit over doesn't equip a helmet again. Nice. Or a pack, it just de-equips everything. Cool, 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 cool. There we go. Everything's fine now. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Ah, look, there's another wind turbine over there that's not working. I want. There must be a mission somewhere to go and unblock them. I kind of want to I don't want to go and unblock them before I've been given a quest to unblock them, if that makes sense. Oh, hello. Ah, that's the security access hallway. What is in here? Tell me your secrets. This doesn't look good. It looks like only two of the turbines that were not working. One there, one down over there. Maybe that's not too bad. Let's go back to the dock anyway and see what she has to say about things. What's up here? Some kind of control tower, perhaps. That's a ladder. Why can I not climb this? Oh, I can, sort of. Okay. I'm on top of the world, baby! Yes, it's just that one and that one. That's not too bad, I guess. Anything on the horizon? Don't know, I can't really see. Go plop. Hi.
We take
Hi there.
vandalism seriously here.
Oh, this is a different... I don't think I did go this way then. Ah, open the other way. Clever. Who's this?
Titan's such an incredible
Joyce.
place for renewable energy.
This is going to be where we get the mission for it, I reckon.
Oh, hello there. Are you here about the brownouts? That's usually the only reason people come up here to talk to me, since I'm the power system manager here.
Yeah, you're in charge of all about it. Yep.
Oh. Yep, I get it all right.
Dad jokes always make a good
Yes,
first impression.
I'm in charge of the electrical power here.
It's true, even in
We
space.
generate a lot of wind-based power here on Titan, which is my specialty, so I was tapped to help navigate all the unique challenges we face here. Shocking, I know.
Ah, see, she gets it.
Yes, the power shortages we're experiencing. Haven't you seen the flickering lights? This
that was
equipment is
normal.
all very old, and the protections against the cold have worn down, so now, brownouts, all the time. And I get to deal with it. Hooray for me. Of course you did. That's okay. It's a problem here. Citizens and visitors alike have a right to know what's going on and when to expect a fix. Problem is, I don't know how long we'll have to deal with this, because I'm needed here to oversee the whole system, and we don't currently have anyone available to go out and solve the issue.
Hello, I'll go outside and fix it.
Actually, that's not a bad idea. I'm a little new to the job, and I'll admit I'm struggling a little bit. I could use some help. I could use someone who's handy with a laser cutter to break up the ice that's formed on some of the power system machinery out there. That
Yeah, I
should
can do
clear
that.
up the shorts we've been experiencing and stop the
I
brownouts.
volunteer, exactly.
Does that sound like
I volunteer
something
as
you can do?
tribute. Sure thing.
Oh, thank you. I guess I'm lucky you showed up then. Just be careful not to hurt yourself or the equipment. I'll continue to monitor things from here.
No promises about myself, but I'll take care of the equipment. It's fine. Anything to look at whilst I'm here? No, okay, outside we go. Random man come here and fix my life's problems. Yeah, exactly. Very trusting in the future. Very trusting. But that's fine. You know, maybe that's just what the future needs. A hero to brave the storm and cut ice off wind turbines. Or some such thing, you know. Well, yeah. You know, today I'm cutting ice off wind turbines. Tomorrow, fetching Chunk's special sauce. A hero, you say? When do these people start showing up? I could do with a helper. Right. Meet more. I was actually not selected the right mission yet. Okay. Oh, there's 5 of them. Okay, well, I know there's one here. Okay. Oh, some of them are on the power generators themselves for those things. Cool. We can sort that. Oh, you can actually climb up it. Cool. There you are. Spin freely. Come on, Sarah, you're late again. Future's no good on one now. Dun, 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 dun. See, there's some nice bright lights. That's the kind of stuff we should have everywhere else. What are they? Okay. What are these things all right here? Toxic gas vent. Well, obviously. But can I get whatever is toxic and in the vent? Or not? Ow. Oh no! I've gained lung damage! So this, I say, this is... I was going to say, this is quite cool that I have lung damage, but it's obviously not. I have a cough now. Take the corresponding remedy to cure it. This is what I've been waiting to kind of work out, because lots of the aid packs seem to have remedies for specific conditions, and I've not come across one yet, so here we go. So, prognosis poor. Oh god. Sporadic O2 damage and detection event. Okay. So, and if I stay out in the cold too long, I will potentially risk affliction. So I need something for lung damage. Let's hope I've got something for lung damage then. I mean, if not, the doc can heal me, right? That'd be fine. Right, let's have a look. Here we go. Right, not that. Antibiotics. Treats infections. Was it an infection? Lacerations, wounds. It's a cough, isn't it? Burns and frostbite. Ah, here we go. Treats lung damage, so we need an injector. Perfect. Take one of them. Lung damage cured! Huzzah! Isn't the future great? Right, we'll eat some meal packs. Midnight Delight. Lovely. Bit of milk. Miso soup. I'll do it for now. So what is my... Seek shelter immediately. Is there anywhere it's going to show me my suit's like protective nature? Or how long my suit will last for? Hours slept 2 in the past 14 days. Nice. Nice. Docked with 1 ship. 76 people killed. 18 creatures. 4 robots. 9 elite enemies killed. 38 critical strikes. 3 sneak attacks. Yeah, I need to get better at that. 13 locks picked. I've got a point to use. I should use it. What should we use it on? We've got 1 in wellness already. That's ready to go on to the next one. As is the weightlifting. 2 hours in the past 14 days. You should be dead by now. Yeah, it's fine. Space drugs, space caffeine hits. It's all good. I still need to do more on piloting to be able to get to the next rank of that, which will obviously help with these things. Security-wise, I have unlocked rank 2, so that's fine. I can do expert locks now. So I feel like maybe geology is a good one to do. If I want to go into, and we need to do more to get. Need 2 more points spent to get into the engineering kind of side of things as well. Combat and not. I'm not sure we do anything too much there. I think I might put one into geology. And all I need to do for that is harvest inorganic resources from 20 sources. So that's fine because I'm a massive loot goblin, so we're going to be fine doing all that. Right, back to Joyce. Definitely needs to be footprints in the snow. I mean, I know I'm jumping over large swathes of snow, but I don't think it's leaving any footprints. Or just like move the snow like in Red Dead. That'd be cool. Sorry, Sarah, you snooze, you lose. Hi, Sarah.
I'm really glad you're helping us out. Good work. I should be able to take it from here. Thanks. I hope this lasts a little longer than last time.
Fingers crossed. Some credits too.
Some of the locals dislike tourists, but I love learning. Did you see those huge wind turbines out there? Titan's strong winds provide an... Well, I just started this job a few months ago, but I'm loving it, despite all the small frustrations of working on ancient equipment. I came here as a child and did one of the tours. I loved it so much, I jumped at the chance to come back after finishing my studies in energy science.
That's nice.
I know it may sound unusual, but I knew what I was getting into with Titan's harsh surface. The challenge is actually one of the things that attracted me to the job.
Fair enough.
No, New Atlantis, born and raised.
Oh, cool.
It's okay, though. I've always liked this quaint little moon. Not that it's actually that little as far as moons go. The people here were a little wary of someone coming in from the outside, but once I changed my name in accordance with their local customs, it went a long way to build trust. And that was
nice.
fine by me. I feel proud, taking on the name of the Earth City my family came from many, many years ago.
What's her
See
name?
you.
What's her name? Osaka. Oh, that's cool. Lovely stuff. Alright, back down the elevator we go. Let's go and see the doctor. Give her back her monster costume. If there's a chance of keeping it, I'm definitely putting it on display in a display case in my base.
We live a simple life.
Because that'd be hilarious.
What can I do for you? I'll bet they won't be coming back anytime soon.
Probably not.
Thank you. With any luck, I'll be able to give more attention to my regular patients now. Tell you what, if you want to come back later and do this for me a couple more times, I'll even let you keep the costume.
Amazing.
Do you need medical assistance?
Yeah, I wouldn't know where she got a
I bought
costume
it
like
from a
that.
private seller. They said they got it from someone who wore it in a secondary school as their sports team mascot.
That
I guess it was
is
supposed
terrifying.
to be a tardigrade or something.
Yeah, it looked
anyway, the person I
tardigrade-y,
bought
didn't
it
it?
from modified it a bit so they could use it in an independent movie they were making.
Mm.
But I guess that went nowhere, so they had to sell it. Lucky me, I suppose.
That's weird.
Stay safe.
Thanks, Doc. I want to look at her computer, but can I? Sneaking, 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 sneaking. Be more sneaky, Sarah. How have I been detected? I'm invisible. Okay, if I go behind the computer, I'm hidden. Right, we'll quick save in case calamity ensues. I'm going to try and hack it. But I'm invisible. It's fine. Right. Ooh, okay, so maybe don't need this one. Doesn't look like it's going to fit. No 50 feet. Okay, so we don't need this one. Okay, so that could go there. And then we've just got these 4 down here. Okay, so that could fit there, and then we'd have 1, and so that could work, actually. Yep, so that frees up this one to be used down here, and then we've just got 2 close together. Which could be those 2, actually, and then not that one. Okay, so maybe it's not this one in that one. Maybe that one needs to go in. No, it won't go in that one, though. It's the only one. Oh, hang on. That goes in that one. That goes on the rest of the outside. This one can't work on the inner one. So that one can work there. Oh, sorry. I'm looking at the wrong thing. So that one can work there. And then we just need to fill those 2, which is what this one's going to do. There we go. Okay. Fine. There we go. Upcoming appointments. Patient complains of itching sensations of the left ear canal. GYN exam. Thanks, Scottish. Knee sprain checkup. Aches all over, but especially lower back in the morning. Probably just poor bed support. Walk-in hours until end of day. Possible arthritis. Patient notes. Suffering from a fall while out touching icy cracks. Airlifted here with injuries to both legs. Fractured 2 metatarsals on the left foot. Treated and set wound. Prescribed extra strength painkillers. Called it a day. Acute frostbite. Turned out she was very cold. Prescribed hot cocoa and told to stay outside if she can't tell the difference between being cold and actual frostbite. Amazing. Marco thought it would be a good idea to sneak into the methane plant by himself instead of sticking to the tour. Almost asphyxiated on methane, had to give him oxygen. He'll live. Oh, tourists are idiots. Terry Glasgow. Terry's a local, one of my regulars. Normally Terry is a bit of a hypochondriac, but this was just a regular yearly physical. No abnormalities. Blood work looks mostly good. LDL cholesterol is a little high. Needs to cut down on fatty foods and exercise more. Fix me, empty name. Treaty 2nd degree burns from leaning on a steam pipe on brachium. Claims she was just trying to get warm. Learned the lesson. Instructed her to apply antibacterial inflammatory balm 3 times a day. Keep the burn wrapped. Well, there we go. Now we know.
Running a bypass? Be careful.
You wouldn't believe how many off-worlders think hiking the surface of Titan is all fun and games. But a lot of thrill seekers
Yeah.
end up in my office.
I'm not surprised. Did we explore all of these? At the surface, I think we did.
Those folks in Sidonia may be closer to Earth, but we do a better job preserving its
I think we spoke to everyone.
It's a little weird that people come here to see what early colony life was like. To me, it's just how we live. Yeah, I don't mind the tourists. They help the local.
I guess we can't go any lower to see how the richer dwellers live.
You off-worlders have it made. Oh, you don't really want to talk to me. I'm just a nobody from the crates.
Which is why
Besides,
I took...
I'm not really good at talking to tourists about New Homestead.
If
you're
going
really
yeah.
interested in our history, talk to Maurice. He's
All
a lot
good.
better at that than
All
I
good.
am.
Hopefully our tour guiding was up to scratch.
I feel like it sometimes. I don't have many friends, and I'm struggling to stay in my undergrad program. It feels like I'm never going to get out of here and make a name for myself. Anyway, if we're going to talk, maybe we should talk about something else.
I guess that's what they call this
The
place.
crates are what we call the living quarters for the poor people.
I got nothing to complain.
Like me.
Awesome. Thanks, Tommy.
They're made
I'll,
from old shipping containers. We have
I'll
to
let
make
the
do with the space
chief
we
tour
have
guide
here.
Millie know.
They're comfortable enough, I guess. And no one on Titan is well off to begin with, but you can tell that people look down on us, especially some of the tourists. Well, I'm trying to finish up my undergrad schooling, actually. I want to be a physicist like my grandmother. Then, who knows what. But I also do some odd jobs here or there for money. Sometimes I help Jay out at his shop, and he gives me stuff in return. Sometimes I help Anya clean up at the Brown Horse when she's short-staffed. That sort of thing. What's up? It's not as bad as you'd think. I like talking to off-worlders, especially people my age. It gives me ideas for what I want to do when I'm done with school. Because, honestly, I'm not sure I want to stay here. It'll always be my home, but as soon as I can afford to, I'd love to explore my options. Okay, well, no. Not the studies specifically. Like, I get good grades when I'm able to apply myself. But I'm poor. I just don't have the kind of money to be a full-time
No
student.
handouts, but it's a
and
sad
support
story,
myself.
Scottish.
Even living in the cheap-ass crates.
I already
having
made
to
that
take
mistake of
odd
giving
jobs just to
giving
put food on my
20,000 to
plate. And when I
mother
do,
and child
my
in
grades suffer.
Sidonia.
I just feel like I'll be stuck in a rut forever.
Yeah, I know. It was the look. See, it's the same thing again. But I'm a nice person. They conjugate. They did. Yeah, that's too bad. Maybe beautiful someday. You can be successful without finishing school. You may just need to get out of New Homestead. Yeah. Should pay a nice lady money? Yes? No? Yes? No? I know Scottish is going to say no. This is true. I can't. Otherwise, everyone's going to just expect a handout. And I need my money to save for
Sorry.
resources to
This
pay
is
for a base.
just a
I'm
little
sorry.
Really? I thought it was the only way. I remember my parents telling me that when they were still around. But maybe you were right. I guess I can put my studies on hold, at least until I get enough credits saved up to live on. I can always return to my studies then.
Exactly
Maybe part
that.
of the reason I feel I've been stuck in a rut is because I push myself too hard. Thanks for the advice. It helped.
I'm sure she appreciates the advice, but I think...
Ah, see, now I'm not going to hear the end of it from Sarah. All right, Sarah, pull 20k out of your pocket then.
Time to go?
Jesus. Oh, I can never do the right thing.
Thanks for saying what you said to me. Thanks for stopping by to talk.
You're welcome.
I could really go for some of Anya's cooking over at the Brown Horse.
Is that everyone I need to talk to now?
Lots of history here, if you're into that sort of thing.
I can't wait to go away on my learning vacation.
Specials in Neon. I need to go to Neon for something else as well, so that's fine. Okay, I think then... Were there any other activities we need to do here? I think this is the one that I wanted to do.
Grow up.
For these people. Hello, tourist.
It's so cold here. I guess I should
It's
have
so cold,
expected that.
is. Whoa.
I was hoping you could tell me some more about this exchange program.
Well, first, you should know that this isn't like any of the other tour services. I'm an actual citizen. What we offer is something different. In our program, you'll be staying with a local family here in New York.
Ah, okay.
You live like one of us for a period of time of your choosing.
The music is, yeah.
Wow. Sounds immersive, but fun.
It is. And the money you spend will go towards helping the family in our community.
If you need medical attention, see Dr. Lakota. But a word of warning.
She don't care for tourists. Make it stop, please, Bill, please, yeah. I'd be, that would have driven me nuts if I was standing there day in, day out listening to that. Oh, there's no one by this gate now. But I still can't get in because there's no, like, panel to access it. Which is a shame. I just want to see what is behind the secret door. Please. That was hydroponics that way, wasn't it? Yeah. Alright. We off. We need to see the inside of our ship now. What's in this store cupboard? Anything interesting? No, just a cupboard. Alright. Out we go. Who needs a panel? Boom time. Here we go. Okay, let's see what's appeared in our ship now that we've made it bigger. Does neatly fit together. I like that. All right. Up we go. Through the hatch.
Let's get this crate into space.
I like to think of myself as your emotional support human.
Okay, moving on. How did Sarah get that side of the door? The witch. Okay. Nothing special, but it's just a storage locker, isn't it? So kind of looks the part. But I think that's all right. It's given us a lot more flexibility in maneuvering, which is cool. Emergency hatch there. Where's the docking hatch is over here, isn't it? Yeah, because it follows all the way up through the ship. Well, I guess we could move that because that's going to be the panel over the top right, and it'll just regenerate, maybe. Let's close the door on you. You scare me. This one too. Cool. I like it. All right. How are we doing on space? Fine. I got adverts. You didn't give money. No, I didn't. No, I was good. I was good, Scottish. I didn't give credit. I just said, well, maybe you should just pausing your studies, and then get the money together that you need, and then return to them later, rather than just giving them a handout. It's fine. Adoring fan is an odd one, yeah.
Liftoff looks good.
Very cool. Get to see our new ship in space now.
Apogee kick complete. Orbit steady.
There we go. I think it looks nicer. That smidge longer. Yeah, looks good. I feel like maybe it needs something underneath it there on the bottom of that. Maybe some kind of fuselage to make it a bit different. It looks better. Can just imagine you running about, just dropping 20k to everywhere else. I mean, I would, but yeah. Yeah, I just need more guns, that's for sure, because all I've got at the moment is I've got the one missile rack on top. I've got, to be fair, it's got two, I think they're plasma lasers on the side, and then it's the one on here. But I could do with making more room for more weaponry. That's for sure. Right, let's we're going to Earth. We need to go to Earth for the mission. Or did it just pop up there? I think it has. There we go, Earth. I've completely sidetracked it, Scottish. Haven't even got there yet. I went to Sidonia on my way to do the Vanguard mission stuff. Never went to do it. Got completely sidetracked with all these side quests. Yay! Haven't even gone back and done the main mission quest yet, which is hilarious. We'll get there. Right. We want to visit the old London landmark. Just while we're passing through. And we had an activity to do it.
Touching down.
Oh god, London looks a bit rocky. Rockier than I remember. I wonder how far away the landmark is going to be. I do like the way the ship kind of like stands over us better now. Oh, is that like the Shard? Could just be an old. I mean, certainly there's definitely been like tectonic plate activity with whatever happened here on Earth that made it no longer viable for human life, human habitation. And I keep thinking, oh, why am I not jumping as far with my jump pack on? But of course, this is the de facto standard for gravity, because this is where we have one unit of gravity, and I'm so used to jumping onto planets with multiple units. I mean, the boost pack helps a little bit, but only a little bit. So we've got to look out for radiation as well. Solar radiation, yeah, fine. I haven't destroyed it. It was already like this when I found it. Okay, we're on Earth. We're going to the London landmark. There we go. It's pretty much the only thing left here. I mean, it's pretty impressive that I guess that's glass. Yeah, the glass is still on. But yeah, some definite heavy tectonic activity also went on, not just the climate changing impact London snow globe. That's quite cool. I don't know. Let's have a look. Probably not, and it's going to be difficult because my jump pack is only a basic and the gravity is normal. Let's run around the base and have a look. See. It sounds crumbly. I don't think it's a way in. Sadly. Would be cool if there was like a little area you could explore, but looks like it's just rubble. God. I was reading that apparently lots of people have like made bases, outpost bases on Earth. Some have made them as their main base as well, but
Worlds with temperatures this low before, and it's never been a pleasant experience.
I say it's -1 degrees. It's just really harsh, barren, cold landscape now. Doesn't look like there's anything around either. Over here, bit of lead. Some rocks, space rocks. It's a shithole now. Yeah, it's seen better days, that's for sure. Like, come on Tuesday for us. Yeah, maybe she's from the far southern hemisphere. Oh, what's this? Ooh. What resources does Earth actually have on it? I'm not looking at Luna. Okay. Yeah. Okay, and Mercury. Problem is, with how the map is set up, I'm probably not going to be able to find my house on the map. But what temperature is considered ideal for space travel or living on any AC? I mean, I guess you'd probably say that it's you'd probably want a fairly like mild or temperate climate to avoid any unnecessary additional energy being spent on heating or cooling. So I guess it probably is something along the lines of, you know, that just right temperature. You'd probably be looking for something that has an average temperature between, I guess, between probably 10 and 20 degrees. If you're born on a ship and live on a ship your entire life. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess it probably helps on a ship because you've got the cold vacuum of space, and so just a little bit of heating. What is standard space travel temp, Bethesda? Yeah, we need to know. I don't think I'd be able to select my landing zone because it's going to be just underneath their landing area. It's going to be like, although looking at this, where's the water? This is all dried up, so it looks like all of mainland Europe is dried up. It looks like most of the planet is dried up, to be honest. Maybe we can just plant a flag in the middle of the English Channel. I've asked now. amazing. Right. Let's see. Can we harvest whatever's going on here? Nope. We just get corrosive gas. Cool. I think the scanner needs to do a slightly better job of telling you when those things can be harvested still, because I swear some of them don't, even when you can. But oh god, fell off a cliff. Don't have. Need to get used to 1x gravity again. Oh, hello, teleporting Sarah. At least the ship looks cool from here. Well, we came, we saw. Ah, look, there we are. There's a pool that we can grab some water from. Became the new Mars. Yeah. Will I be watching the Old England in the rugby later? We might be out, depending on when Millie gets back from work. But I will certainly be. I'll certainly catch up on the highlights if I'm not about to watch it live. Right. I think we can get off this rock. No signs of anything else around. $8 PM, yeah, on ITV. We might be out, but I will see. Again, if not, I will definitely be watching the highlights. It's a nice projectile cannon, that. Good weapon. Right. Should we be releasing this much coolant from areas of the ship? I don't know. I'm supporting Argentina's tradition. Fair enough. Fair enough. We'll see what happens.
Dust off.
And blast off. Wah, 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 wah.
Retros firing. Orbit stabilized.
I'm surprised there's not much debris up here. I guess it's from the International Space Station. Kind of surprised no one's built another space station up here, but I guess if the planet below is not conducive to life, then what's the point? It's a shame you can't choose. So you can, but it's a little bit hit and miss. So you can just like choose any point, and you can just say, right, I just want to land here or here. I didn't realize you could do this. I thought it was only fixed points, and then you'd have to like run. But you can pick and choose. But again, you can only zoom in so far. So again, because the London landmark is where it is, I would really struggle to get a marker near to like my house as such, because it's going to be at the bottom of that landmark sign as such. But the thing is, from what I understand, wherever you land outside of a certain radius to the nearby settlements, it uses a combination of defined map textures and design, and then like and then just procedurally generated maps and structures. So you'll always get roughly a similar experience wherever you land. So it's difficult to kind of marry up, which I get why. And it's vast enough as it is, right? So it feels about right. What is... Ship? Ship what? Is this a... What is that ship? Why does it have a base thing on it? I have no outposts here. That's something to do with the quest. Same here with Titan. Is that just to show that there's like a base here? I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, what I should do is go into missions and... Where's the special chunk source? Christ, it's a long way away. Maybe we'll do the special chunk source another time. Yes, there are exactly that. So, in fact, in Seoul, if I look in... where would it have been? It would have been Luna. So, yeah, you can see there's this autonomous dog star factory. You can see there's the landing area that I chose initially, and I just randomly picked that just on the edge of a crater as such. And there were lots of different areas that kind of spawned up. But from what I understand, it's kind of dependent on the planet type and everything else. There'll be X number of different structures, caves, abandoned buildings, and things that could procedurally generate within a area, within a couple within a couple thousand meters of where you land, as such. But yeah, yes, I need to try and find it. I'd need to look it up because I've got absolutely no idea where, but it'd be cool to go and see that for sure at some point. But let's do a mission. We've got to return the book to Mitch. We could do that. We've got to go to... Oh no, that one we've got to go there. Where we've got a couple of things to do in Neon, I think. Maybe I'm wrong. There's the deep cover mission here we can still do. Evoke Vanguard. Would the French flag still be there? Who knows? Who knows? We'd have to go and have a look. I mean, we could go and see if we could work out where it is quickly now, and then perhaps go and check out the Vanguard mission. Let me have a quick Google. Oh, hang on. Wait a minute. No, it's the landing area I did. Let's have a look. Ah, okay. So looks like we can potentially. There's a chance that we could find it, but there's a book apparently that we can get the exact coordinates and a quest marker to find it. So we'll do that another time. Let's do. Go to faction. So we've done this one already. So it's the deep cover one that we could go and do. That could be quite a cool one. Let's kick this off. I think we'll save outposting for another time. Or what I might do is I might try and set up some little bits, and then perhaps next time I get a chance to stream some Starfield, we'll have a look at outposting a proper. Let's go to the UC Vigilance. Coming aboard.
Welcome, Captain. We've been expecting you. You're clear to dock at docking port 1.
Jolly good.
Solid docking job there. Nice work.
Is Starfield multiplayer single? It's single player, Timey. Yeah. The yeah, like other Bethesda games, Fallout, Elder Scrolls, which have all been solo RPGs. There have been some mods that people have done. I know both in Oblivion and this is cool. Just seen a ship jump out of their grav drive warp. Both Oblivion and Skyrim did have mods to add multiplayer to them, but so yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Starfield gets multiplayer mod support in the future, because I think in both Skyrim and Oblivion, the kind of general multiplayer element to it was allowing players to jump in, share equipment, share inventories, skills, etc., and then perform quests or missions together, which again I don't think is necessarily an unrealistic or problematic thing to do. I mean, again, like if you were to look at it from a native perspective, you could probably perhaps even allow, at a very basic level, just allow another friend to join your game and take control of one of your companions, maybe. All right, Sarah, we'll leave you there.
There was a small bit of dust on your shoulder. How dare it try to spoil perfection?
He's such a weirdo. Such a weirdo. But yeah, it may well be something that comes in from mod support in the not too distant
Head
future.
to my crew position.
Okay. Hello.
Welcome aboard the UC Vigilance. Did you have any questions before I escort you to the commander? I'm not authorized to divulge information about this vessel. Suffice to say, it's one of the toughest ships in the UC's arsenal.
Okay.
Yeah, listen to him carefully. The commander's a one-and-done kind of officer. In other words, he hates to repeat himself.
Fair enough.
Other than that, just observe standard military decorum, and it should keep you from serving any time on the ship's cleaning detail.
Oh, good.
Of course. If you'd follow me, please. So, you're the vanguard that took down that terramorph on Tau City.
Yep.
You've made quite an impression around here. Everyone upstairs is
Sure
talking
did.
about
Totally didn't just let it run into its kill box by himself.
That must have been one hell of a firefight. I almost regret missing out on all the fun. Of course, we don't normally see that kind of action on the Vigilance, but we have our moments. All right, Vanguard. Take the lift up to Ops. Commander Akande should be waiting for you. Good luck.
Thank you. Coffee, anyone? Coffee? Coffee?
Howdy. I woke up in the middle of the night once and found Ensign Betty tinkering with some machine. Does she ever sleep?
Probably
United
not.
Colony System Defense at your service.
Ooh, that's a cool door mechanic.
Vigilance is a state-of-the-art warship. Anyone that gets on the wrong end of her guns is gonna have a bad time.
Okay.
Pardon? Yes?
Hello.
Yes.
Mate.
What?
I'm not talking to all of you. It's fine.
I'd like to brief you on the mission, so please, pay attention.
Okay.
Ah, there you are. Commander Kibwe Kande, UC System. Glad to have you aboard. I was beginning to think you were having second thoughts about Commander Tuala's offer. Excellent. Then let's get right to it, shall we? This is the operations center of the UC Vigilance. SysDef's nerve center, dedicated to the destruction of the Crimson Fleet. Whether this ship is impressive or not, you're the key element that we've been lacking. We need eyes and ears inside the Crimson Fleet. Someone who can feed us information, evidence, and expose their weaknesses.
Uh-huh.
The catch is that you can't just knock on their front door and ask for an application. Getting
Time to
inside
become a
is going to take
pirate.
some
A
finesse.
space pirate.
It certainly does. So listen up. Our intelligence has managed to find a possible opening into the Crimson Fleet through Saoirse Bowden, one of their contacts. She works for the Trade Authority in Sidonia, so you'll be using a container of Aurora we've loaded on your ship to get her attention. That's classified.
Of course
Suffice to say that the smuggler who was previously holding it will be spending the rest of their life in prison. Aurora is a Class A controlled substance that's illegal to transport outside of Neon, a city on Volai. Get caught with this stuff aboard a ship and you're looking at some serious fines.
Jolly good.
That's right. So it'll be your job to convince this person that you're the real deal. Once you
I'm
bluff
the
your way into
real
the Crimson
deal.
Fleet, then the operation proceeds to evidence gathering. That's where my second-in-command, Lieutenant Gillian Toft, comes into the picture. She'll explain everything you need to know. Eager to get going? Good. Remember, this entire operation rests on your ability to infiltrate the Crimson Fleet and bring us the evidence we need to take them down.
Copy that.
Then you better learn to swim, because you're diving right into the deep end on this one. I've studied your profile. I know you can do this. I'm not about to throw away someone's life on a whim.
Oh, good.
Prayer.
I'm glad you're not just
Just
going to
use your
chuck me
best
in just for,
judgment. Trust your instincts. Watch your back.
for laughs.
I wouldn't expect any less. Look, before you begin, I want to make something perfectly clear.
You're gonna
As
die.
an undercover operative for UC SysDef, you'll be expected to follow our code of conduct and ethics. Allow yourself to stray too far off the path, and you stand a good chance of spiraling out of control.
What bad thing did you do? I no bad things at all. I simply signed up to support the UC Vanguard, the volunteer fleet of the UC Navy. I'm being helpful. I'm going to be a pirate now, though. So we'll see where that leads.
To put it simply, you can't go into every situation with guns blazing.
and that I can't go
Think
guns
before
blazing.
you act. Calculate what you're doing and pull the trigger only when it's absolutely necessary. At the end of the day, your primary goal is taking down the Crimson Fleet. That's the greater good. The Crimson Fleet doesn't follow the rules. They only abide by one thing: money.
Oh no,
All of
we
their
get paid.
morals and
It's all right.
social
It's all
graces fall
good.
by the wayside in pursuit of their greed. At first glance, this can appear quite enticing, so I'm warning you not to get lured into their trap. Think you can handle that?
I'll try.
That's what I wanted to hear. Anyway, it's time to hand you over to Lieutenant Toft. She'll brief you about the details of the evidence-gathering portion of the operation. Now, get out of here, and good luck.
Thanks.
While you're running with the Crimson Fleet, you're undoubtedly going to be faced with some morally gray decisions.
How many things
It's
can I
going to be
steal?
difficult for you to weigh the consequences of pulling the trigger while maintaining your cover. Do what you have to do, but remember why you're out there in the first place. then you do what you have to do. The Crimson Fleet has the potential to kill hundreds, even thousands of people per year. If it takes a few deaths to maintain your cover, then so be it.
I'm
But
kind of
only
playing
as an
relatively good.
absolutely final
My
resort.
character's
This is not a
background
licensed killing spree.
when
Understood?
I created them was kind of space explorer-esque background, and I'm just kind of helping out with the combat element as best I can. But it's because it'll help reduce my overall service length to the UC, so that I can then get UC citizenship and buy a house and have some perks related to it as well. But eventually it'll help with the exploration side of things, because I'll make some money from it to help fund my explorations and outpost base builds and things. That's the plan. Anyway, we'll see.
That's why I expect you to constantly seek alternative means to overcome your obstacles, rather than blowing holes in them. Look, I can see that you're struggling with this.
Excuse me.
So let me simplify this for you. If there's a route to your goal which doesn't involve killing innocent people, I'm urging you to follow that path. Use your instincts. I'm certain you'll do the right thing.
Okay, don't kill innocents. If it can be absolutely at all helped.
For your own safety, nobody but myself and the crew of the Vigilance will be aware that you're working for the United Colonies. Basically, if you land in jail, you're going to have to deal with the fines.
Oh, good.
If you would kindly continue. All we know is that she's been with the Trade Authority for years.
Yeah, I remember
which
meeting
means
her
she's
at the
been
Trade
privy
Authority
to
in
some
Sidonia.
seriously shady deals. She's shrewd and she's diligent. The only reason we were able to connect her with the Crimson Fleet at all was thanks to an
exactly.
informant.
BMK.
I'm afraid she's the best lead we've got.
Exactly. Be Jack Sparrow pirate-esque with less, or the least amount possible of innocent killings. It'd be fine. Kill the innocent. So yeah. See, Timey on the other hand, just charge in. I feel like Scottish would very much play into his murder everything playthrough.
That's easy to answer. You don't. We'll be monitoring your activities from the Vigilance and attempting to keep it within your vicinity. When you feel you've gathered enough evidence and at the completion of your assignments,
neutral grey,
head back
fine.
here for a debrief. Beyond that, you're
So as long as it
completely on
benefits
your
me.
own.
Exactly. That's fine.
Dismissed.
Thank you, sir. Right. Here's the lieutenant.
Hey. All right. We don't have a lot of time, so I need you to listen up. While you're working undercover, it's imperative that you gather as much evidence as possible. If you find any records that look suspicious or incriminating, you bring it to me. Is that understood?
The moment you become of no use, you're just carrying loot. Oh, what?
Rationalize it however you like, but that evidence is critical to the success of Commander Akande's operation.
Okay, so
I
stealthy,
want
stealthy,
data slates,
steely,
computer
steely.
downloads, handwritten notes. Hell, I'll take anything if it'll get those bastards thrown into the brig.
Copy that.
It's not you, it's the Crimson Fleet. That minor skirmish you had with them on Vectera was nothing compared to the death and destruction those pirates leave behind. If you've seen what I've seen, you'd understand why I'm pushing you so hard. That's all we're asking. Oh, before you go, there's one more thing. Commander Akande has authorized a credit disbursement for each piece of evidence that you return, as compensation for your efforts.
Ooh. Granted, now you're speaking my language.
It's not generous, it's motivational. Commander Akande's idea. All right, we've loaded a container of Aurora into your ship's cargo
So
hold.
basically, the more evidence I
We're also
find, the more
providing
money
you
they
with a
pay me.
sample you can use to tease the goods. We've cleared your ship for launch. Proceed to Sidonia. Make contact with Saoirse Bowden. And with any luck, she'll point you to the Crimson Fleet. That should do it. You're dismissed.
She sure does.
Don't worry, the container's been registered with UC Security, so you shouldn't have any trouble.
Cool, I did wonder about that.
Scanned. Of course, if we find out you tried to sell it to someone outside the boundaries of this particular operation, well, I don't think I need to tell you.
Yeah, I mean, that would be an interesting... I was wondering that. It's like, what if I just decide to sell it to someone else, or I don't know.
Not really, no. I've learned to keep my personal experiences separate from the job. Yeah. Maybe. No, it's not really an appropriate time to be going over my private life. There are much more important things to be done. Let's just stick to the job at hand and concentrate on the mission.
Okie dokie.
Maybe we can talk about it some other time. Okay?
Sure.
Oh yeah? What kind of team?
We'll be keeping them close at hand until this operation is complete. So, we'll be holding them in the Vigilance's brig. If you're feeling particularly ruthless, you could always head down there and say hello. I'm sure they'll be thrilled to see you. Let me know if you need anything else.
Okie dokie.
Excuse me.
Okay. Hello. Hey.
Hi. Watch dogs text would be especially useful. Cool. Yeah, you get two different missions. So this was the choice that you had. I thought it was a choice of just doing one or the other, but it looks like you can retain both. It seems. So this one was the deep cover at the UC Vigilance, and the other one was meeting with the what were they called? The red. Cool. I was meeting with Percival Walker on Sidonia, who we've now spoken to with Hadrian, and now we need to go back to New Atlantis. But I don't know if one will cancel out the other, but I guess they shouldn't do. So yeah, we'll crack on. Can I go to the brig and taunt them?
Howdy.
Docking port computer. Can I use this? Should I be allowed to use this? Don't mind me. Everything's fine. Don't know if one reward will affect the other, as I know what one of these rewards is. That's fine. I'm quite happy chopping and changing a little bit. It's behind door number 2. That's quite cool. What's this way? Sir? Please, after you. Excuse me, sir. Requires computer. Okay. And then we can unlock that. So that'll be another trip back here, I guess. Do like these door designs. Security. Interrogation room. Oh, we did find the brig. Sweet. Any pirates down here? So far, we need to go. This is where they'll come and be captured, I guess. Oh, okay, and she just whips out a weapon. Oh my! More cells up here. Cool. Let's go have a chat with.
Some of the guards don't take kindly to the prisoners, but we should try to maintain some decorum. Welcome to the brig. As a member of SysDef, you may talk with the prisoners as long as you are mindful of operation security.
Cool.
As a personal rule, I simply ask that you adhere to UC Navy standards of cleanliness at all times.
Okay.
That means no mud on your boots, your hands are washed, and you are free of any contagious diseases.
Okay, don't cough on you. Cool. Sorry to tell you I'm kind of a slob. Amazing.
Excellent. And all that being said, I understand your mission directive might call for flexibility on my part. So if you need to be a rum-drinking, swashbuckling pirate to do your job,
all of these things, please.
then I will do my best to clean up after you.
Oh, thanks, buddy.
We have multiple turrets attached to the ceiling. If you've met Ensign Betty, she's personally calibrated them to ensure they cover the entire area.
But I need to meet this ensign.
That being said, firing the turret should be considered a last resort. That's a loaded question. We err on the side of caution here, short of any physical abuse. But with the Crimson Fleet, you have to be very careful. If you give them an inch, they'll take a parsec and find a way to stab you with it. That's the idea. We will always err on the side of security, given the choice. But I'll be the first to admit it's not an exact science, and we've made mistakes in the past with both the carrot and the stick. As
the
chief
carrot and
officer
the
of
stick.
this brig, my worst fear is that we'll someday repeat them. The cells you see here are for captured pirates and prisoners of war. If you apprehend any pirates during the course of your missions, they'll be detained here.
Jolly good.
He's a good man, singularly focused when it comes to the fleet. But that's not to say he doesn't care about his crew. I can tell you a story as an example if you'd like to hear it.
Sure.
So, I'm a bit of a workaholic, and I forget to take breaks. One day, Commander Ikande passes by the brig and sees me at my desk. He takes one look at my haggard face and says, "Officer, I'm headed to the mess hall. If you're not with me in 15 minutes, your services will no longer be required on my ship." I tried to protest, but he was dead serious. So I went. We had lunch, talked about old times, and I went back to the brig, refreshed and ready to work. It's little things like that. You can see he pays attention, and that he cares about the people, not just the work. As you were.
I do like these, the story, the additional story elements. He's bugging out a bit there, but that's fine. That we need a computer for. Okay. Okay, I think then what I'm going to do is I need to probably call it there. So I think that's a good opportunity. Now we've accepted that quest line. I will try and save that bit of mission for the next time we stream some Starfield, because I think that'd be a nice one to do on stream again. But we've obviously got plenty of other bits to do behind the scenes. So we'll I'll perhaps as I say, perhaps I'll try and do a bit of outpost setup before I next get a chance to stream some Starfield, because I think that'd be good fun. We didn't get a chance to do that today, but yeah, thanks everyone for tuning in. Hope you've enjoyed, and yeah, we'll oh god, and that was loud. Sorry, I was opening up Twitch to see who's still streaming. It was very loud, very, very loud. Anything planned for tomorrow? Millie and I are off in the morning. We're out visiting our wedding venue with my mum and with Millie's mum and stepdad, which will be really nice. And then we'll be back in the afternoon. So I think there will be some community games tomorrow evening. I'll have a chat with Millie when she gets back from work, and we'll ping out a message on Discord perhaps, and get an idea of what people fancy doing. We'll see if Millie's up for streaming that this Sunday. If not, we'll still go ahead with some community games and whatnot, and go from there. But yeah, hope everyone has a good rest of their Saturday. Hope you have a good rest of your weekend. And let's see. I think Haxo's still Starfielding. He's level 20 plus now. So let's go and say hello to Haxo. See what they're doing. But yeah, thanks again, everyone, for tuning in. Hope you have a good rest of your weekend, as I say. And we'll speak to you all again real soon.